Hello everyone, welcome to the fourth round of the European Youth Chess Championship. We are following games, it seems without technical problems, so we will focus now on games, on content, and hopefully we will provide you some better content and better user experience. Actually today I'm accompanied by Sandra Đukić, WIM. Yesterday here was Lena. Sandra, welcome.
Thank you. I'm very happy for being here today as we have fourth round of this big event, and hopefully we will see even more tough matches than in first few rounds. In first few rounds we could see a lot of favorites playing again against lower-rated opponents, and I think from today's fourth round it's almost half of the tournament. So we will have opportunity to see some really tough matches.
Yeah, it's already getting super serious. Sandra was helping us yesterday with some games, some tips, where to go, what to search. There were few really interesting games. Usually it's something connected with tactics. We all love to see some combinations, and hopefully it will happen today. Just to mention a few more times, we will do it. We have different time control, no 40 moves half an hour, which means that endgames is something which is happening less often than in other events, since players are already in eternal time trouble and there is no chance maybe to find some details and nuances. For example, game Gukesh versus Arjun. You can follow also, you can check Gukesh comments. This interview is uploaded on the ECU YouTube channel. By the way, subscribe to the channel if you haven't do it before. So regarding that additional half an hour, usually it helps in the endgame, and Gukesh was able to find this beautiful maneuver with knight g5 in the end. Let's go to the playing call. Games are about to start. We will see what's happening. Players are seated, some of them are coming. We have these fair play measures. Here we have this delay, typical thing, 50 minutes. But also we have metal detectors, 8 of them, and so it's actually something we speed up process. But anyway, when you need to make this control and go through those metal detectors, it takes some time. So some of the players will come a little bit later. We see Mark Liflitz making photos.
Tanya Karali from anti-cheating team. She was walking, another arbiter, and most of kids are there.
Yeah, the Cleon from Greece. He was doing live commentary, not live commentary, sorry, live transmission. He was the guy behind the games and boards. So many kids, sometimes making something a little bit like misplaced on the board, and that which actually affects live transmission, but hopefully this will be solved today and no need for rechecking what's going on.
Yeah,
we can maybe mention a few matchups which are on the table today, especially in the under 18 section, because I think we have only 2 players with maximum score, 3 out of 3, and they are paired between each other.
Yes, on the first board, Sukisyan playing against Magolt Philip, and both of players, as you mentioned, have 3 out of 3. Then we have like 8 players, actually 7, sorry, from 2nd to 7th board. Players have 2.5, so they made just 1 draw in these 3 rounds. Some of them were favorites in previous rounds, but game ended in a draw. We were mentioning a few times that although you're playing against lower-rated players, you're never sure and you cannot really count that you will win for sure. Time changed, and nowadays it's so hard to win game. So basically each game doesn't matter if you're playing against a low rated player or just a player who is with similar rating as you. You have to be very careful and to give your best if you want to win a game.
Yeah, exactly. So final moments, final seconds before the first move. And yeah, some final photos. You can see, I believe this is under 14 handshake. And games are starting. Moves have been made, and this is typical with so many players. Once again, to mention is 1,000 players, even more. At the same playing hall, I believe that sound, if we could provide it, would be very interesting. Actually, during the European Club Cup, when Sandra was making this walk around the playing hall, and there was a sound from her mic, and it was very cool to listen chess clocks when people were making move, because usually this is something we don't hear in the studio. We see Lena taking some photos.
Yeah.
She is there, probably not aware that there is a camera, or maybe she is aware.
Maybe this was a sign that she will do this walk through a playing venue maybe tomorrow, maybe in few days. So that would be really cool. Maybe also me, I'm not sure. But we will try to provide also this thing from playing venue.
Yeah, because this is a bit static. You don't have this feeling how big is it, and how, as I said, this sound, but when so many moves have been played simultaneously, how actually this sounds. I saw Lena with the cameraman, so it will be interesting to see. Will we have some additional material coming? Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's give the board. So let's check. We have moves as mentioned. Let's see, board number 1, we have d4 in Sukesian versus Magolt. I would say that maybe his opponent is not present yet. Okay, or he got surprised. Here we have Sicilian, knight f3, b3, interesting stuff. Still waiting to develop. Here Sicilian, Boris Gelfand, Arjun versus Boris Gelfand. We will also get this interview uploaded. This was the line. Also Keimer played it versus Gelfand. Then this one, sideline, there is a3 and h3 move. This is already super sharp. We will have this b5, e5 Botvinnik line, which is actually something I was following a lot. Another Sicilian, this is interesting, since Diego Macias, he was actually facing this Alapin Sicilian or Sveshnikov Sicilian already in the first round, where he got crushed by Portuguese player, neighbor country, and again he's facing this Sicilian Alapin with probably idea to hold. Then here we don't have moves yet, and we got it, e4. This one is fianchetto in King's Indian. For example, it's interesting that Mamedyarov recently, he's playing only, or mainly, but also we can say only, fianchetto King's Indian with the white pieces, which is a bit surprising. Here, Queen's Gambit. Okay, now already we have this Gaevsky line, or those lines with d5 sec, pawn, Slav defense, Cargo structure, Sicilian, Queen c7 line, where basically Black wants to play this g6, wants to play this structure bc, but without playing g6, so he wants to go e5, and that's why Queen c7. Now probably e5 will happen. And yeah, we have one funny fact, guys. So at some moment I will lose maybe my focus and concentration, because we have, believe me or not, but we have mosquitoes in the studio.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually they're biting me.
Thanks God. I mean, because I'm also here, so I count that they will bite you and not me.
Okay. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so this is the case at the moment, and we can go back to the playing hall. Now some more action, and some players are a little bit more relaxed. They're out of the book, so yeah, things are now, I would say, getting to regular routine. People will think a little bit more.
Yeah, we can see most of players are sitting over the board, which is interesting because you're a kid and you have to show some patience while you're playing chess game. It's not hard, it's tough. You didn't get used, if you're a kid or very young, to sit at the same place for a few hours, let's say. Of course, some of them will stand up from the board more often, but from this perspective and this camera we can see like a lot of kids. They are just sitting, and some of them are thinking, even though we are in early stage of game. So yeah, okay, it's smart to sit at the beginning and to try to make a good position from early opening, so later it will be easier to get some nice position in mid game, and then they can take some walk.
Okay, let's go to the to the boards. Let's check openings. We have this A4, DC4 stuff. Where now black can play either Bishop F5 or E6. I have some memorable games versus Krivoruchko and Kubalia. Here, Sicilian. Hang on, do we have a move here? Oh, we have already. Ooh. This is famous Morozevich line, G5. So knight D7 line. Actually, so many interesting games we played here. Really, like, there are some fabulous stuff. Famous game Jobava versus Grishuk, Olympiad in Turin, when he launched this fantastic stuff. That was really like fabulous. Crushing Grishuk with the white pieces, and at that point Jobava made a breakthrough to very top. Also there are lines with Queen D2 tricks, and yeah, so many ideas here. This is well known. Now either F6, which is actually Grishuk versus Jobava versus Grishuk, G5 is Morozevich line. Played by Boris Gelfand with the white pieces, many players. I analyzed this quite deeply, and played it a few times, but it burned my energy because it's so tough to play it. Especially with white, because at some point you need to sacrifice. You push B4, B5, or you sacrifice, and to have feeling for that is quite tough. I'm not surprised that Magolt is well prepared for that line. We have this Sicilian here, hang on. Trying to get the position. That's it. No moves. Hang on. Yeah. So white is thinking. Nemets. Yeah. I spoke with Mosesian a bit. He said he didn't play so well yesterday, but managed to win. He had good eye for tactics and dynamics.
Yeah, just to remind, he played against Ciric Pale. He is actually from my city, and we consider him as a very talented kid. And you and Lena were following also me this game, and he had a much better position, almost winning, but Nemec is just very good player and more experienced, so he managed to win at the end.
Yeah, you can mention freely your city, it's not that you need to hide it. So yeah, it's Niš, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay, so he's from Niš, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. Okay, B6, it's strange that white is opting for this Bishop F4. This is Levon Aronian style, and usually people play that with people who doesn't know the people who don't know the theory. They're playing this Bishop F4 stuff. Then, okay, we have interesting line. This is what I'm mentioning, and this is Boris Gelfand versus Keimer at the European Club Cup. At some stage D5 was played, and then ED stuff, but it's not this exact move order, but it's interesting. And yep, then we have this one, where what's basically white doing, there is this line after Bishop E5, Knight E4, Bishop E4, But there is also this bishop d6. I was playing this few times. The point is, if you take, I'm opening my bishop anyway. If you don't do it, I can move, for example, at some stage I can go 97, since my bishop is protecting the pawn. For example, c6, move the bishop, and then again I will free up my other bishop. And also I can go castle. You do something, I go rook e8, bishop f8, so I don't mind having bishop on d6 for a while. So this is the line, and here white is playing same thing but with reverse color. And this is typical idea when you want to play for a win, then you play something with reverse color. I don't know, do you use this concept that sometimes you're playing, for example, reverse Sicilian or King's Indian or something like that?
Sometimes, yes. Especially if you will play a position which you play as black, then you count like I have one tempo more if you play as white, which usually it's not so important, but I guess sometimes you can decide to do that.
So this line, okay, takes, bishop e3. This is quite an old line. Usually they're playing like stuff with g3. It's not immediately, but something like that. 97 also is possible, and so on.
There is some position where you sacrifice a piece, but you have h4 and no? Famous game. I forgot. I was playing this as white, but I forgot.
Okay, there was famous Ivanchuk, novelty queen g4, queen g7. This is one of the most famous. I think it was Ivanchuk, not Karyakin. Karyakin versus Karyakin, he sacrificed on e6. Maybe versus Shiro, but I'm not 100% sure. But usually now they play something like 97, g3, bishop d7, and so on. This is something they do, or bishop e7 as well. It's also possible. Yeah, I forgot some lines. I'm now trying to recall because I'm completely. Yeah, let me think. Main line. I'm trying to recall the main line.
I'm also trying.
Aha, yeah, knight d7, e takes f6, bishop e7, g3, c5, d5. Is this the thing? Queen b6, bishop g2, castles, and now b4, and there are two moves. Either knight a4 or, hang on, I completely forgot. Is it a3 now? In this position? No. Stop analyzing this for like ages. Rook b1.
I wanted, when you suggested a3, then I wanted to suggest rook b1.
This is the main. Now queen b5, a3. This is the main line, and you have this knight b8. So I will need to burn some time to recall those lines, but you see, at least I did in the end.
But same thing here, I would say it's tough to play as white, but also as black. It's very dynamic position, and you have to be careful with both.
Yeah, I remember,
sides.
For example, he's present here, Dragan Kosic, Grandmaster from Montenegro, Serbia, and he was playing this line with the black pieces, and at some stage he had some fabulous stuff. Okay, mosquito again. Fabulous stuff of sacrificing, exchanging the queens and sacrificing a rook, and then playing with four pawns, but the king is pushing, and there was some like really fabulous stuff in Botvinnik. This is one of the most complex lines ever. Same goes for this one. Don't need to add. This is super tough. Then we can go to this line. This is like typical like new way of play where you don't have anything, but you can move on with a normal gate. This one I mentioned. Other games. Okay, let's check Sicilian. Yeah, b6. This is a viable alternative because usually, for example, after e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, white plays c3, and then you already committed yourself with knight c6. Same goes with e6. If you committed yourself with e6, then you cannot play some other lines. But here, actually, after this move order, black wants to play this e6 and b6, so staying away from knight to c6, he will go knight e7. Okay, it will be interesting to follow what's going on here. We have some Sicilian again. Najdorf. Okay. This is some super modern line, although I think that black is having a perfectly sound position.
They were blitzing all of these moves, yes?
King's Indian. Okay, again, super popular stuff. There is this bishop f line, which was played in Mamedjaro versus Jordan van Forest. As I mentioned, Mamedjaro playing only. Now this Fianchetto line, and actually Jordan came like super prepared. Rook e8 sideline. Usually black is playing this if black wants to play for a win, but here white is higher rated player. And that's more or less it in terms of interesting games. Here we have one quite a normal. Yeah, actually I forgot to mention that here the point is not to play just e5, but the point is to go bishop g4, bishop h5, bishop g6. So compared to Rossolimo classical, and now you cannot play bishop g4, or you can, but then you need to part with your bishop. Well, after queen c7, you can go this bishop h4, bishop g6. Actually, this I announced this with Kozhun like 20 years ago, and it's quite playable. And that's about it. Yeah, shall we switch to another section?
Yes.
Let's check this one. Super normal. A4. This is something I haven't seen before. A4 versus French defense. Very interesting. That white parts with this b4 square. Regarding this section, maybe you can add a little bit more info, Sandra.
I'm not sure in which section we are now.
Under 16, right?
Yes, but I expected Ahmad Kagan.
This is under 14.
Ah, okay. So I opened the wrong section. That's why I was confused. Yeah, from this section we have more players with result like 3 out of 3 on first 3 boards. All players are doing great so far. They won all 3 games, and let's see, for example, on the 4th board, Sovinsky Pavel, he's 2469 rating points, but he's 2.5, so basically he had one draw game, and till 8th board from 4th we have with 2.5 points. Yeah, we can go one by one, but I don't think I can say, for example, that on 9th board with 2 points Ljepic is playing, and as he's from Serbia, I can add that he's very talented player, and I'm meeting him on many tournaments, and I'm never sure like if he's still playing these youth championships, as he's very tall guy. So I was surprised that, yeah, he's here. He worked with Grandmaster from Serbia, Dražić, and he's also a very talented player. So 6 players, 3 out of 3. Then we have 12 players with 2.5 points, and then 2 points.
Yeah, his future is bright. He has a Grandmaster coach. So let's move on. Let's go with the full screen. Let's check the camera from that angle. Yeah, so things are more or less the same. People are walking around.
Yeah, it's so nice to see. I mean, I really liked the period of my chess career when I was younger, when I was playing those tournaments. I was really lucky that I didn't have any pressure from my parents, and I think that's the most important thing if you want to, for example, your kid to fall in love with chess. And here we could see a lot of parents are waiting from the beginning till the end. You cannot see this on camera because, of course, they are not in this main playing venue, but in front of it they are waiting, they are kind of supporting them, but it's just very I don't know which word I can say, but for parents to wait for 4 or 5 hours without permission to enter to playing venue, but just waiting, it's nice support, I guess. So yes, I'm happy that I'm here and I can go back to those years when I was young and I played European and World Championships.
Yeah, I agree. So let's get the board back. So let's see what's going on. We have this B3 line, famous rapport, Jobava, Preps. Usually my cure for that is this line, but of course, and the point is here that if white comes, you can either take or at least you are pinning it. The point is to stay away from knight f6 and then to develop knight e7 and play e5 in one go. And maybe after bishop b6, this knight will go to e7 and then it's possible to push f6 or even f5. Depends what we want to achieve. But e5 is more concrete. I was playing this with the black pieces a lot, and now they transpose to this King's Indian style. And this b4 came, very interesting. Knight on e7 might be clumsy a bit, but still quite a normal position. Then we have Oleksiy, typical normal position, not much to say. Rogozin, bishop f6, or not Rogozin style, but it's similar. Sideline. This is very interesting that black got this extra squares so freely. Then we have this line, which is slightly better for white, but not much is happening. Okay, this is more interesting. I don't know, like 10 years ago, close Sicilian was very popular. There were like players who were playing this line. Today, there are only few players playing close Sicilian or something similar. King's Indian attack, that's for example Amin Bassam. He's playing sometimes that kind of setup. Famous was Boris Spassky. But this Grand Prix and everything a little bit disappeared from the practice. Although at some stage also players like Nevednici and some others were playing this line. Usually from my experience, this structure, if we remove those two pawns, is always better for black because this pawn should stay on f2. So I always believe in this structure for black. Here there are some lines with b5 and everything, d5, b5 possible to catch.
Is this theory?
Yeah. Yeah, this move is like the idea that you run away from b5, you go to c4, and then you want to say that this bishop is maybe a little bit clumsy. Yeah, this is also Alekhine defense. Okay, let's see. Knight g5. Interesting. Forcing d5 and pushing f4. It will be very, very sharp very soon. Already it is. Will white push f5 or not? Okay, this is super classical. This is not classical.
Sorry.
Okay, guys, hopefully you were not like
I was so
taken
focused
by
on game that I
surprise.
forgot that we are here. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, as I said,
Did I scare you?
a lot. I'm a bit shocked. Yeah. So this is a typical like Rui Lopez, where there was this actually. Since we are in Montenegro, I just want to mention one story when Bobby Fischer was playing this return match versus Spassky. It happened here in Sveti Stefan. Actually, it's quite close from Budva. I think it's possible to even see it from our venue, from the sea. Actually, I took a swim today, so I believe that this is Sveti Stefan is what I was looking to on the left. And there was this first game. In first game, Bobby played this Rui Lopez with white pieces, and the way how he handled things was really fabulous. And then there was this G4, which was not top 12 choice of engine, but when you play G4 at that time, like 5-6 years ago, it was considered a mistake. But you play this G4, and then suddenly everything is clear for engine that this is the best move. Actually, I mentioned this to Bobby Fischer, to Ivanchuk. We were driving together to Croatia from Montenegro last year, European individual. So we were driving, and then we were discussing some games and so on. So that Rui Lopez really reminds me a bit the way how Bobby handled things. Okay, let's see Dražić preparation. For sure, it's very sharp. So let's see. A3, okay, interesting, and then H3. Okay, D4, and we have this sharp Sicilian. Yeah, we will see what will happen here, and we can check this line. This is Gelfand, as I mentioned, and that's about it. So Gelfand versus Keimer line. Yeah, you can even check that game of Gelfand Keimer, because I believe that this is now the same, completely same move order as it was the case there. So we will need to also fight versus mosquitoes. There were some technical issues, but now we will also have some insects to deal with. Yeah, you have updated games?
No. In my base? I'm going to online base,
okay.
So I will see.
Okay, good.
Yeah, just a second. Did I need... what happened? Okay.
Okay, so this is the game, so let's just remind you once again how it went. 97, rookie 1 was played in Boris game. But I think that, yeah, everything was great. And then I think it came this D5 at some stage. But before, was it?
Gamer played as black
White.
and white. I was there, but I don't remember. I have to... Obviously, I didn't upload all games, because from European Club Cup we came here. So I will need some time, but you can continue with some game while I don't find.
Yeah, okay. We are not in a hurry, we can wait for you. So, no need for that. I'm sure that you will find it
I will find it
very quickly. Okay, in the meantime we can go full screen with the camera. Let's see what's going on around. Yeah, you can see players walking. Yeah. So it's already I would say a little bit more relaxed, but still super serious.
I found it.
Oh, great. Very good. Let's bring
sorry
the
guys for waiting for me.
No, I didn't have a feeling that it was slow.
That I'm struggling, no?
No,
No,
not at
I
all.
couldn't feel that you have this feeling. So it's good. So e4, c5, knight f3, bishop b4, e6, knight e7, rook e1, knight d4, take, c3, a6, bishop f1, knight c6, b4, bishop b7, a4, knight a3, d5. Take.
Okay, so we're waiting. So the game went following course. Takes, b5.
knight b8 and taking on d4.
Yeah, this was the line. Actually, Vincent managed to outplay Boris a bit, but then misplayed it, offered a chance for Boris to survive, but it was missed in time travel. In the end, it was just a easy win for Vincent. But there was one point when Boris could have saved the game, but he missed this critical point of the game. So we are waiting to see what will happen here. So will this d5 be played or not? And okay, white needs to take on d5. Let's go to the playing call. Let's see what's going on.
I would say we have almost same picture as previous time when we were looking what's happening in the playing venue. Still we have this angle from our camera, so some of players are walking, some of them are sitting and checking their friends' game. You are here usually with a whole team from your federation, and with some of them you're a friend, with some of them you're colleague at that age, and of course you're curious from few reasons what your friends will do. Are they going to win the game, or how is their game going at that point? Now it's not so interesting, although kids are now different, so they are well prepared, I would say, comparing with like 10 years ago or even more. So they can discuss before the game what they prepared, and then it's always interesting to go and to check your friend and to see if their opponent entered to preparation or not, or if you say I don't want, I would not like if my opponent plays today Caro-Kann, I'm not prepared, then you suddenly go and you see that his opponent or her opponent played that. But of course I don't think they're stressful so much about this first part of the game, which is good. Just if they enter to really bad position, then I think they would be a bit upset or disappointed.
Yeah, I agree. So ED5 just played. Let's bring the board back. So ED, and we do expect now ED B5 to happen. Just to conclude with this section, here we have some pawn march. Ragozin transposition as I predicted. This one looks very sound for black. Here we have this Kero. I just wanted to add one thing, since this is a Pano attack, which is the opening named by Pano, and he was Russian or Soviet master. I am, if I'm not mistaken, but there is some eternal like word list when they do some chess metrics in terms of comparing players in some like moment, and that he was actually something like top 30 in the world, better than some grandmasters according to his results. And yeah, this opening with ED C4 was named after him. And yeah, also he contributed in some different openings, but it's quite popular, and I believe, I don't know, have you played it, but it's Pano attack is quite very popular.
As black, I played against it. Yeah, I played few games and I found it not so pleasant. But in the meantime, I tried to improve a bit. So I hope next time when I play this, I will be better than I was. But I like to play Caro-Kann as black. I enjoy in almost all positions.
Okay.
To be honest.
Good. Let's see. Other games we left around here. This looks interesting. Okay. Will black manage to force white to take? Maybe not. Here we'll have bishop taking a threat. I believe that this was maybe a wrong concept. Already here maybe a6 is not necessary, because then you're losing this chance of playing f6. And now when you cannot play f6, this bishop is locked forever. And this one we mentioned, Liepic playing his line, and here we have, okay, we have a new move. Instead of ed, suddenly queen d5 was played, which is a viable alternative, and white went for c4. So we have this Gelfand with the black pieces versus Keimer, where this is maybe an improvement, so quite an interesting. We can go now to the next section, the section you already mentioned, that Kagan Ahmad is playing. It's under 14. This is the current situation. Okay, let's try to guess which category we have on the camera. We will try also to provide you that exact info. So let's go full screen. We are waiting for this walk to happen, but at the moment, yeah, in terms of age, I would say that we have some under 16 maybe on the left.
Under 12?
Okay, I don't know, under 12 maybe on the right, and maybe girls under 12, but on
Yeah,
the left
girls.
I would say that we have under 16 players. They look a little bit older now, just one player stood up, maybe also under 18 it can be. Yeah, I see some players standing up, or maybe there are just older players who are taking a stroll and checking some other games, or maybe I'm completely wrong and I cannot now assess or figure it out how old are today's generations.
Yeah, it's tough. I agree. That's also my problem, but I thought that I can see this first board, it writes girls under 12.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, on the left I was thinking that they're a little bit older, but this is how it is. So let's switch to that section. Let's bring the board. So under 14, here we have another Rui Lopez, Arhangelsk, knight g6, 97, knight g6, and now actually this was played by Nihal Sarin at the Club Cup, and it seems that white knows what is he doing. Here we have French defense. Okay, interesting setup, heading up for a pawn sack, which is very interesting. This one is interesting, since we have this Sicilian where Magnus Carlsen is crushing the field. He's playing fabulously there. He has fantastic performance against 27 plus players, 100 plus players. He knows how to place his pieces at the right moment on the right squares. And here, I don't know if black is doing that, but it seems that black is having a really good position, normal position, but also white is quite solid. So this will be an interesting battle. This one, super solid. Okay, this one is more interesting because we have strategical and positional battle. Here something happened. It says that white won, so it would be very interesting that you maybe send a message to someone to check. I can do it as well.
That's game of dog hound, okay?
Yeah, it's under 14. Under 14, board number 6. We try to figure it out, what has happened. Okay. Yep. No, there is a mistake, I believe. I believe that somehow DGT has recognized that this move is inputting the result. Or maybe to contact Nebojša Barolic, or maybe to check with Lena. She's.
No, I'm checking with Len and Stefano first, and then if we don't get answer from them, then I can ask Nebojša. Still, I think this game is in progress. It happens that those boards show at the moment either moves which are not played, either the game is over and some result. But I think very soon, like in 5 minutes, we will see actually from here what's happening, because probably this one will disappear and they will just continue a game. But we are checking and we will see. We are waiting for answer.
Board number 7, another French defense. It will be a long day in the office. Then we have another glitch game number 8. Is stuck a bit. Oh, that's interesting. Sicilian. Okay. And now white is thinking. But it's very cool surname of this player. I will follow this player a lot, because to carry the same surname as Roger Federer, very cool, Colin Federer. Okay, we have a stroll. Let's go full screen. Let's see what's going on.
That's great. Thanks to our team that we have opportunity to go through playing venue and to see more groups and more players. Okay, now we have this camera back. I was like, we just started and we came back to previous camera. We can see player from Slovakia and some Turkish player wearing kind of dress of his national, of his federation. And yes, as I said, I have a feeling that most of kids are sitting, but they show like they are nervous, they are moving their body and they are trying to sit there and to be focused on game. But yeah, here actually we can see 4 empty chairs or 3. Armenian player, again Turkish player. There are so many young Turkish players. They have great schools for chess, and they are working so hard, and they are well known that they are making huge progress very fast. Of course, we were mentioning some names from youngsters who are like showing brilliant performance in their ages, and I'm sure that some of players who are playing here from Turkey as well will very fast improve. Not just from Turkey, but I saw this t-shirt and then I connected story with that. And this is men's section, but I had a feeling I see a girl playing, I'm not sure. I don't want to make a mistake, but I think it was some cute girl, and this is a very young group, we can see.
Okay, it's possible that they are in the same row, but 2 different competitions.
Yeah, but I think she was playing against boy and all this row are boys. And I like to see this. Yeah, it's a girl. Because I think it's very important. Teodora Injac had some podcast, and they asked her what she thinks, how you can make huge progress and in chess, besides working a lot on chess, which tournaments you should play. She said, I think from early age you have to get used to play against men, because they are playing different chess, they are considered as stronger. So you get knowledge through playing with them and then analyzing games, but also playing a lot of games with in men's section, you get used to this, and she thinks that's one of key to improve your rating, chess level, and everything else connected with improvement. Thinking, I don't see a lot of like chocolates or some things like that nowadays. When I play, I like always to have coffee and Coca-Cola and some chocolate. And I was the same when I was kid. My father was going with me, just I would say on 2 European or 1 European, 1 World Championship, and it was like it has to be. He goes, he buys me some chocolate and juice and something, and so I would say that we all need this for energy if we want to play chess for 3, 4, 5 hours. Okay, we have back our camera, and now the other one, like with which we can switch to many different groups. Players are sitting, those players are very young, so you mentioned some of them are sitting on they put their legs and on the chair so they can see position better. That's very cute. And yeah, do you have, Aloysius, something to add from playing venue and
No,
what you can
you're
see?
doing great. Just keep up.
Yeah, but I don't have so much material.
Why?
Because I'm just repeating same things. I would say we are just seeing kids, they are playing, and I don't know what else to add. I mean, I said everything I can, so maybe you want. How was when you were playing your group European and World Youth Championships, like when you were really young? Did your parents came with you to those tournaments or no?
No, regarding my youth championships, I was never accompanied by my parents. But I played few. For example, I played. There was Rapid and Blitz Championship in 1993 in Paris. That was my first traveling to Euro Disneyland with taking a flight by plane. Actually, Mišo Cebala was our coach or head of delegation at that time, and I was quite bad at that time. I know I was same age as Etienne Bacro. He was playing match versus Karpov, and I didn't know how to defend. I don't know, in some basic stuff. So I didn't know what is like, for example, Greenfield defense and so on. And then I played some Baile Herculane, in Romania, European Youth Championship I played under 12, and then Szeged World Championship under 12 as well. Where else I played? I'm trying to recall. And then some 1999, but I was not playing so many of those events. Mm-hmm. Actually, I wanted to become a stronger senior player, so I was, for example, skipping sometimes the Croatian Championship, which was actually precondition to play to World or European. I would, for example, go to Pardubice Open tournament or something, trying to.
Oh, that was very mature in that years.
I don't know,
say
maybe it was not mature, maybe it was silly.
For me,
depends
it was
from
like
which corner you are considering that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, we have some moves, so you are completely right. Actually, here the game goes on. Let's bring it. In Manuel versus Umut, so actually the result was inputted, but then the game moved on. So you're fully right that this will happen, that they will remove this mark of white winning, and now it's back to normal or not, but never mind. Now the problem is e4, d5 are the squares where white wins, and whenever white plays something there, So probably this sensor actually reacts that now usually it's connected with the
Kings?
how heavy is one piece, but here it's too heavy. I see some people walking around. I see my former friend. He just came, and some others. Yeah. Yeah, and this is the current position, which looks very dangerous for black. So here I'm not sure what's going on. We don't have clock. Here maybe the game is still in progress. Let's see, Croatian player. He took a medal in 2022. It was in Natalia, if I'm not mistaken. Eric was bronze medalist at the championship, quite a talented, 2300 rated. He was struggling making 2 draws in first 2 moves, but it was a very stable play, and now he's playing with the black piece. He's trying to win, so playing something sharp. We have this main line of, this is the best line or main line of Benoni. For example, there are some players, as I said, there are 2 kind of players. There are players who doesn't want to play this card bar structure. There are players with the black pieces, they don't want to play this line, and usually it's a little bit passive and white is slightly better. So they play Nimzo Indian, so they are taking this move order, and now after knight c3 they go bishop b4. So if white goes knight f3, they are ready to enter queen's gambit, or Ragozin or queen's gambit. For example, Vichy Anand, I don't know, I saw here Ognin Cvitan and some others, so they were playing like this way. Also, same goes for Benoni. There are some players who are not ready to play Benoni, this line. I don't know, like knight e4, like, or first taking on d5, cd, d6, c4, g6, because of this line, bishop e5. Since if you go knight d7, there is this e5 stuff, and if you go knight f d7, there is a4, and now I was playing this versus Pansulaya in Dubai 2 times, 2 years in a row. I played, not in a row, but the 2 years I played against him, and we played
Same?
this line. Yeah,
Same
first one I lost, and second one I was completely winning, so I made an improvement. But then he managed to save the game. But the point is here that that this is very dangerous. There are lines with, for example, castles, queen e1. Queen goes to g3, f5 is a motive to allow this e5 square, but then to generate the attack, it's quite dangerous. So there are some players who are ready to enter Benoni only against knight f3. So they will go e6. If you go knight c3, they play Nimzo Indian, and if you go knight f3, they go to c5. For example, Cvitan is playing that kind of approach. So here Eric went for it. And yep, this is current state of affairs. White can play without a4, so white can allow this pawn march, and then you can go a3 later, or you just go on the king side, allow black this avalanche. But here after a4, black can conquer this square. It's quite normal. This is a little bit more different approach, because white is now heading for e5 instead of f5. Very interesting game will be to follow, and that's basically it. To conclude this section, we have normal position on the first board. Some others are quite interesting, quite shaky. Hard to say where to go, what to conclude. This game still goes on, but we will see this result forever. And that's maybe it. Do you know Novak, maybe? Dumbelovic?
Yes. And I know
I expected the answer yes, but I wanted that you will reveal something else.
But I don't have anything to reveal, since he's much more younger, and I just know that I'm following, and I can always see his name doing good on open tournaments, but also in his section, of course, he was a winner. So all I know that trainers are expecting from him to make something big in chess career, but we will see. He is talented for sure. He is playing good chess, and yeah, I hope that he will make some big success in his chess career. He's too young. You never know. Maybe he will continue with chess. Maybe he will start his studies. For example, I have a brother. He was playing with Borki Predovic in the same group. He was beating Rauf Mamedov on some of world youth tournaments. He was more talented than me, with much better memory. But for example, once he started with his studies, he decided to stop to play chess. So all these kids, we don't know how many of them will stay in the chess world and to decide to be professionals.
Yeah, if they have like this super memory, as you mentioned. So let's go with the camera to full screen. Let's check the playing hall. So how is the current situation? Is something happening there? Okay, not much. I'm trying. Okay, but I have a feeling that more people are walking. I don't know, what do you feel? Do you think that now a little bit dynamics have changed?
Yeah, for sure. From the beginning, it changed. As I said, okay, it's opening. They're trying to remember what they prepared. They're there because they want to see as soon as it possible how their opponents will react in early opening, and then they get some position which is mid game. Opponent starts to think more. They have to find ideas unless they're prepared so well that they can just blitz, which is happening very rare. And this is the moment where most of kids which are where is not their turn to play, they start to walk, and I'm sure some of them are just walking and thinking about their position. But as I said, you always want to check your friend's game, or you have some players on first boards. You don't play there, but you're curious, and you want to see how they sit, how they attitude, how they play, what they played. And so I'm not surprised that we could see for a moment more players walking.
Okay, let's go to the next section. Let's go to boys under 12. So what do we have here? This is interesting. Sicilian. I can immediately notice that we have this knight f6, knight c6, and a3 sideline, same like Ljepic, trying to play maybe a3, h3. We will see. No, knight c6 was played, bc6, e5, and then came this queen g4 idea, because you cannot castle, do it to bishop s6 and you're dropping the exchange. So here after g6, bishop d2 was played. Of course, after knight c3 there is this intermezzo. So this is typical. When knight leaves e6, then queen goes to g4, putting some extra pressure. And yeah, it will be very interesting to see what will happen here. Here we have some players sitting on 3 out of 3 in this group. If I'm not mistaken, this is not the only one match.
We are under, wait a second, I opened somewhere a tab, under 12 now, yes. Okay, yeah, again we have 6 players with 3 out of 3. And most of them are, I mean, on the first board we have Turkish chess player, and on the third board Turkish chess player playing against his maybe friend. So we have Yildiz Ali playing against Elchi Eren. Yeah, first 3 boards, 6 players, 3 out of 3. Then we have like around 12 players with 2.5 points, and then the rest with 2, 1.5, etc. Are we?
Yeah, let's check those chess players on board 2, how they are playing. So e4, e6, d4, d5, e5. It's It's again French defense, which considers to be a little bit passive, but of course in hands of good players it can be also some weapon playing for attack or for a win, like Magnus was doing, and some others, even Naka. This bishop f5 usually actually it fits black, because somehow this bishop goes to e6 and suddenly connects everything, and at least you solved this issue of your clumsy bishop for a moment, and then after you take, there is a chance that this f4 will happen and your bishop goes out. But also it's very safe for white, and if white doesn't know what to do sometimes against French, he or she can go for this line. Here I believe that black knows a little bit more what he's doing. Let's see, those chess players were number 3. g6, it's Marozzi. Bishop e3, yeah, quite the popular stuff, old school. In Dvoretsky's books, they were covering this Marozzi stuff. And for example, in Dvoretsky's book, there was this line, which was actually named. Yeah, it was at that moment, it was like a special thing to know about this. For example, a6, bishop e2, let's say knight e4, takes, bishop here, castles. Is it bishop e7? Hang on, maybe no, maybe not bishop e6, but bishop d7.
Knight d7.
Knight c5, castles. I'm trying to recall, and my brain stopped. So how it is? Bishop goes to c6, something like this. I'm trying to recall. That was in Dvoretsky's. And now there is this rook c2 famous move from Dvoretsky's books. But I'm not sure is this bishop e6, rook c8 or bishop d7, bishop c6, because I was not actually checking my analysis for like ages. So here the point is after queen b4, that's why you need to play this rook c2. At that time for me, like 10 years ago, to get this tip was like fabulous. Suddenly rook c2, and the point is to go queen c1, and then you're ready to chase the queen. After a3, after a4, there is this stuff. At that time, because in other way, if you don't do it, then this queen before a4 is very actually tough for white. So this is some small tips which helped me to develop my repertoire and some understanding. And here we have different approach. White is slightly better. Again, we have this issue with a result, I believe. Cannot believe that here we have something. So hopefully, yeah, things will be solved. I was speaking with some DGT persons, but it's quite challenging. Luka Karlovic, Croatian player, playing with white pieces. He's doing very well in this event, 2.5. And this is typical line. The point of this carro is that at some stage white is playing 4 against 3, and now if we will exchange everything, liquidate to pawn endgame, white would win because of free passer. And let's go full screen to the playing call.
Yeah, we had a question on our chat from my friend Birger. Probably question is connected with the story when I was saying that I always like to have some Coca-Cola and chocolates, and he said actually you're no longer allowed to eat over the board. What do you think about this? Me personally, I like this rule. You're not because okay, I mean you can always take your chocolate. There are some parts of venue where you can go and take coffee, but also to take some snack. You are there to play chess. You don't need any burger or something like that. You just have banana or chocolate, and you need just few seconds. Sometimes opponents can be distracted by you opening whatever you want, whatever you have there, like chocolate or whatever. So I agree actually with this rule. What I mind is that sometimes they don't allow drinks to be on the board. I understand, on the other hand, if you spill it, it can be problem from DGT boards, but that's my personal opinion.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the playing a little bit more, as I said, to check. We can also maybe search for some walking camera route, but yeah, here I like this view. Yeah, quite interesting, quite nice. Let's get the board back. So here I don't believe that this game is finished. This one, I think it's a glitch. This one we touched. Let's see, this one, okay, quite a classical, normal. And this one is more
This
interesting.
is interesting. Home structure.
Yeah. Bishop g5, bishop e7, knight f3, and knight e4, which is sometimes possible in some lines, even Alekhine. I think there was a game, Alekhine versus Lasker. Was it Lasker? I'm not sure where he was commentating this position in his book, and it was very interesting, and he made some fantastic remarks 100 years ago. So I was very impressed the way how he was commentating this structure. Knight e2, yeah, exactly this structure, and c5. Yeah, this was actually Alekhine's 100 years ago, Alekhine's recipe.
So before b5 to prevent knight c4, yes?
Yes, but this is a little bit strange, but maybe it works out, although it looks now that black is bearing the bishop, I don't know, some before a4 at some point. And then white, but okay, black is counting on e5, so I don't know, maybe it's a moment to push f3, but maybe not immediately, but at some stage, so maybe to forget playing on queenside. Taking on b6, also possible, slightly better for white, I don't know, some bishop c4 or something, or a3 or whatever.
Queen b3 also, maybe.
Okay, I don't like to go out
move.
with the queen so early, but it can be
Yeah.
a good idea, I agree. And then we can have a look at this line, another Sicilian, which usually like it's a mix of Sicilian and some Rui Lopez setups. I believe here that there is also issue with the clock. Unclear what's going on, and this one is complicated. And let's go to our under 10. Is here something special? Okay, we see some games. So let's go one by one. Maybe we can touch this section under 10 regarding players.
So let's see under 10. Well, we have almost same situation, but here we have 7 players who are doing very well with 3 out of 3, and then we have like 16 players, something like that, with 2.5 out of 3. On first board we have Protopescu Luca playing against Miller, and yeah, Protopescu is favorite at this game as his rating is 2174. We will check game later and we will see what's happening and can we feel this and see from this early stage of the game. Second board, Turkish chess player Peray Ata, 3 out of 3, playing against Barcelona. And okay, once when we go through games, we will also see on the screen their names. But the most important is to say that 7 players are playing this tournament. Great, 3 out of 3. Tomorrow it will not be the same because 6 of those players are playing like each other on first 3 boards. So we will see who will continue with 100% result, like with 4 out of 4.
Yeah, if we go now to the Plenko, what do you think with the camera? This is that group you mentioned?
This is group which we just mentioned, boys under 10. Or from this view, I can see group girls under 12. Probably somewhere there, but not from this camera view, are also boys under 10. I think we had the opportunity to see this group some time ago when we had this walking camera. Now from here I'm not sure, but yeah, still we can maybe if we can get later walking camera and to pay attention more just to see how are those young boys doing over the board.
Yeah, let's get back the board. Let's see, first game we have this Sveshnikov Sicilian, which is quite popular, although okay, so immediately white took on f6, which is not the main move. Okay, now he already committed himself. It's possible not to play b5, maybe some f5 now would be my choice. Yeah, this would be my logics because I'm trying to see the difference. Usually when something goes differently, for example here, the main move is after d6, bishop g5, a6, knight f3, and then after b5, knight d5 will take on f6 now, but here black already played b5, and now if I would be faced with bishop f6 immediately, then I would try to find difference, and the difference would be not to play b5, which actually means that f5 should be preferred. And this is the current position, typical style. Second board, something went wrong for white. He opened the position and suddenly 2 bishops are super strong. Very nice position for black. Current position is very good for black. Almost ideal. I love the way how pieces were arranged by black, and black is putting considerable pressure on the central pawns. Here a little bit normal, although king usually is here in this position. Okay, pawn grab, it can backfire as well, but white is trying to sacrifice. Here this looks fantastic, but this knight on f5, Kasparov would be happy. Kasparov said that when knight is on f5 it's already winning, but maybe it's not exactly the case. Here 2 bishops, but also, and the file is probably, if white manages to exchange one pair of rooks or something, he will be able maybe to hold this one. Something went wrong for white, probably because he's already a pawn down, extra pawn. Here very brave, because now f4 is coming and this can be an empty bishop, and that's basically it. We don't have moved, we have 8 boards here, and we can check our this is our under 8 group. How is their situation?
Under 8 we have 8 players with 3 out of 3. Then we have like 7 players with 2.5 out of 3. And why I said that probably today it will start to be interesting, because all of these players are playing against each other. So we have 4 white players, 3 out of 3 playing against black players who also has 3 out of 3. As I said, tomorrow will be different situation. Maybe like 2 of them will have 4 out of 4, and then some of them 3.5 out of 4. We will see how many draws and how many win games we will have today. On the first board, Irtes Deniz is playing as white against who is from Turkey, playing against a player who is also from Turkey, Karaman Kivanc. And what I could realize so far, that many young players who are playing here on the first boards today are from Turkey Federation. Second board, as we mentioned, also 3 out of 3. Makarovs Daniels. I'm not sure how to pronounce.
Makarovs Daniels, okay, yeah.
And now we can check games from this sector.
Yeah, let's do it. So this is a current position. Some isolated pawn. Usually fianchetto helps to fight versus isolated pawn. So if I would be white, I would try to exploit it somehow, because I have to push d5, because now it seems that black is more than fine. Then we have board number 2. You mentioned here already, it seems that white is in driving seat. What has happened? Okay, some pawn was collected through the process, and this was a painful mistake, because the pin, as I mentioned, the pin, double attack and unprotected piece are the most common motifs, and that was an issue. Here white has nice advantage, because being pawn up actually plus passer, and knight is very good in this a little bit blocked position. Here there is this pressure. It will be very interesting. Will white be on time to launch the attack? And board number 5, we have some interesting things. I think it's a moment that we go for a break, and then we can switch afterwards
to women's section.
Exactly. Yeah, so short break. Yeah, we are back. As we promised, we will check women's section. And yeah, I believe that Sandra will give us some inputs there because we might know better players. Have you played against some of them? Do you recall?
Yeah, I played against this Turkish chess player, Ceren Tirpan.
Okay. Chess player from Turkey?
Yes, we played on a league this year. It was a draw at the end, but it was very tough game. I had much better. Then I entered to some queen endgame, which was losing, and then I somehow defended, and it was a draw. But I know because before the game I always ask captain of our team if he can give me some insights about opponents, with whom they work, are they talented, and concrete for her they said she's very talented, she works a lot on chess, and she's a promising young girl, so that's all I know about her.
Yeah, very good. Let's check how Klara Shotka is doing. So let's bring the board. Let's see what do we have. It was this English opening, no stuff. Sometimes at some point white even take on c6, which I don't know, a few years ago was not so common, but these days people tend to do something different than before. And this is the position. Then we can check the next board where Dana Kochavi is playing. Fortunately, it seems that the board is glitching. A3, another A3 move, which we already have spotted. So it seems that after knight b5, everyone is prepared with this bishop b4 stuff. And then after a3, takes this d5 stuff, and maybe this is something people want to avoid in this competition. So a3 is the way to keep the pieces on the board, which is usually something you do when you want to get the chance to play for a win, but it seems that black is high rated player, so it's a bit strange. And yeah, slight plus for white. I'm not sure that black has played everything good. Then we can go to the next board, which is super crazy already. This is this Rui Lopez Giocopiano Italian game, and it seems that white is coming super fast. It will be interesting to see how will black defend this position, since it looks very, very dangerous. Some Kero or Sicilian. Here it's Benoni, Nogarian, last year winner. Convincing winner is struggling in this event. Okay, this is very interesting. And a few more, but it's hard to stop. Sicilian. Okay, let's check this game. It seems that white is just crashing, so it was King's Indian. Knight a4, this is non-stop. If you take, there is queen takes, h4, and white was first to launch an attack, and f3 was maybe a mistake, opening the queen. And now the pawn was dropped, and white is putting serious pressure. Maybe to tell us a little bit more, or tell to the viewers situation in this group in terms of who is leading.
Yes, of course, we have 5 players having 3 out of 3, and then we have 6 players with 2.5 out of 3. As we mentioned, last year winner Orion Noga, she lost yesterday's game, and we will see how that will impact on continuation of this tournament. We mentioned also Tirpan Ceren, 3 out of 3 playing on the first board. Kuchavi Dana, you were mentioning also yesterday, well-known name. She's playing a lot of open tournaments. I think she also played individual men European last year in Petrovac. Very promising name, and she's playing on second board. And a game which we are following right now on our screens as black, playing Mila Radenkovic. She's from Serbia. I played against her a few times. I won few games, but I think last game was a draw on the first league last year. And she is this kind of player who can play really good game, either to play game as she played today. I would say not a great game, especially from the early opening she got in trouble, giving this e4 square and allowing her opponent to make this very dangerous attack on the king side, but also choosing opening which you will play. I think it's so hard for young players if you don't have experience, either if you didn't work really hard to play King's Indian, because you can enter to this position, and then after you, for example, if she lose a game, I'm not sure, but position is not promising, then you have feeling that you didn't even play a game, because from like early stage of the game you're in problems and there are no concrete solutions unless opponent makes some big mistake and give you some chances.
Okay, so let's move on. So let's see, what do we have somewhere else. We can go to the next maybe group. Although here, let's just finish with this one. Is it a checkmate?
Bishop b4.
Looks like one.
You saw a checkmate?
No, but that it might happen. For example, if I
Soon.
take,
Yes.
you take, I go queen f7, knight a7 only move. I can now play rook h1.
Queen g8, the only
Queen
move.
g8, and now there is probably some forced checkmate.
Yeah, queen f6 doesn't work because of queen g7. So maybe just to take a pawn on c7, or
Yeah, it's possible.
not actually, because of rook c8 doesn't work because of rook h7.
This can be a
So
move. Queen f6 can be a move. Queen g7.
a lot of options for white, and
It should be enough.
piece up at the end of the story.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to the next section. So let's see, girls under 16. Here we have Megaladze, we have also Kitadze.
Just three players having 3 out of 3 in this group. And those players are Iordache, Alexia, Andrea from Romania, playing against Stol Lucia on the first board, and one more player. Can you help me? I don't want to pronounce bad.
Who?
This one?
Okay.
Zatrapova? Or
Yes, you're doing
Oh,
great
really?
job. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so
Is that what is her name? Sorry.
Amelie. Amelie.
Very good.
Thank you. So those 3 players having 3 out of 3, and then a lot of players, quite a number with 2.5 out of 3. We were mentioning Megaladze, Kiseria, she made the draw in yesterday's game, but also Kirtadze, she has 2 draws, so she is on, for example, 2 out of 3, which doesn't mean anything, still she can be, for example, winner of this tournament. Of course, many things will happen in meantime. Maybe we can start with checking games from first boards to see over the board what is happening and who are favorites by moves which were made so far.
Okay, so let's check the positions. So this is a current position, typical exchange in this Sicilian when queen goes to g3 or queen f3, queen g3, and then we have this endgame, which is something quite imbalanced and it's hard to put some conclusion. Rook is pinned, so Lucia Stoll cannot take on g6. She landed to f7, which is interesting.
Is rook could be trapped or no? Not, sorry.
Yes, it could
Maybe.
be trapped, but then this knight will fall.
But
so
knight will go to d6.
Ah, okay, you're right. I agree. But maybe bishop before check, and then rook
We
f8.
have to move.
Now I can either
Knight
take
c3.
or I can. Probably knight c3 is not good enough, but I can play rook f8. And so this was actually the thing. But yeah, it's good that you noticed. So c4 was played, and this is a current position. Yeah, unclear, completely unclear. Really, I can see all three results happening here, and they're having similar ratings.
Even
so
if I sacrifice a pawn at some point by playing knight d6, I will have this strong black square bishop, yes?
yeah, exactly, compensation with dark square bishop. Let's see how Kesaria is doing. She's putting considerable pressure, and I believe here that it will be very tough for her opponent. Then we have this position, which is fine for black, fine for white. It's really hard to say what will Ines Bernard do. Sofia versus Sona. Okay, it's interesting what's going on here. I would say that black is having a nice position. Hang on, is this? Okay, this is the position. Here white should be slightly better, but black can hold. Croatian player Hajdinic, she is having a good position, I guess, but it's very sharp. Many things are hanging. Slight plus for white, not much I believe. This is a mess. Some knight f7 might happen, and then e5 push, fork,
Yeah.
and we have Georgian encounter here, where Kitadze is suffering again. So already very tough tournament. She's playing versus player 400 rating points lower than Anastasia, and still it's not easy to come up with some messy position. She's worse. And Croatian player Lara Zagorac putting some pressure with the white pieces. So quite open, quite imbalanced. Let's go to the next section. You can explain it. We can also go full screen a bit to check what's going on in the playing hall while you're preparing the analysis of current situation in this section.
Yeah, so we are talking about group under 14, and we have 9 players with 3 out of 3. Very solid number of players with 3 points out of 3 games. Then we have just a couple of players with 2.5. So 4 players with 2.5 points, and then many more players with 2 points out of 3. On the first board with 3 out of 3, Blanka playing against Raczkowska Kaja, and following the second board, Bashiri Sadat playing against Vujovic Vera. We were mentioning Vujovic Vera. Yesterday we followed her game. It looked like equal, but she was pressing. At the end, she won a piece. She played very precise game, although she entered to early time trouble. Then we have one more player, Barbara, with 3 out of 3, playing against Leila, and a few more players with 3 out of 3. Maybe we can go and check their current positions.
Yes, of course, let's do it. So let's see what's going on. So we have Marozzi and Queen 94-24, a normal line. So White is not afraid to move the Queen as long as this bishop is not protected. When it happens, then White moves it, and b4, interesting idea. I would say a bit dubious, because with this trade we are getting this isolated pawn or weak pawn, but she has her plan, and this is the current state of affairs. 2 bishops, but this is also quite defensive setup. Yeah, fine for black. Here we have some issue, I believe. Okay, for white, but still unclear. Interesting, very interesting position, because here we had some exchange, and suddenly this is the position.
Rook G8 was last move, from E8 to G8.
Yeah, maybe she's preparing this transfer. Then Zuzana versus Barber. Yeah, looks quite interesting, but here we have already a winning position. This is typical thing. If you castle, there is this bishop h6, and quite known, you collect, and what is important, that black cannot defend with knight s7, since queen is hanging on d8, so she needs to repeat, and then there is maybe even knight g5. No, knight e5 better move. So also there is no trick. For example, I'm sure that you spotted immediately that this is
even before this stream I could see this.
Yeah.
No, I didn't spot.
Okay.
To be honest, I was focused on different patterns to win the game.
Okay, so knight e4 was played. Now bishop f7 doesn't work because queen is protected by the knight. So she went queen f4, which is good enough, and now came this bishop f5 thing. If you take, probably the idea is
nothing. To survive few more moves.
Yeah, strange. But she didn't want to take, which might be also interesting. Yeah, interesting. Quite interesting. Hard to understand. Okay, she can take on d7, she can take on e4, she can bring the rook, she can take on f7. But this is a little bit more interesting now. There are many pawns, even if white takes an e4. This is just dead lost because so many pawns, but still.
Yeah, this is interesting position.
Yeah, we found one. Super interesting, and let's see how Fatima is doing. Very interesting battle between knight versus bishop. London system, which actually went bad for black. Here, bishop f1 at some point, maybe immediately, but black is pushing, I believe. This is interesting. We have this position, which actually it looks like fantastic for black, since this pawn is only 2 ways away from the promotional square, but black will never be able to get rid of this control, and who knows, maybe suddenly white can start pushing her pawns. Alapin Sicilian, my favorite one, and they are burning a lot of time. Bishop h7 doesn't work. Now sometimes h4, but usually when black comes to c6, already the game actually steered to good position for black. Maybe we can go girls under 12. And I think you mentioned that we can see them on the camera, but we have a nice stroll. Maybe let's go around the playing hall. We have full screen, because let's find some familiar faces before you take a look of the positions or standings.
This is our group, yes? Under. Well, I'm also not sure, but we see one girl in Serbia t-shirt. Young girl, still okay. Again, we have our camera, and I can mention a few things while this camera is going around and showing us situation in playing venue. Hopefully we will get the other camera soon. This group, girls under 12, we have 5 players with 3 out of 3, and then we have like 16, 18 players with 2.5 out of 3, and then much more players with 2 out of 2. On the first board, Tomačeva Lona plays today against Kaygun Melis, who is from Turkey.
Yeah, correct. But I think we touched this group. Now it's a moment maybe that we touch to next group, under 10, which we will be following their games. So maybe just to provide info a little bit more about under 10.
Yes, sure. Under 10, we have 7 players with 3 out of 3, and then we have 8 players with 2.5 out of 3. Daria playing on the first board. Here we can see that I mean, for their age, they have quite a strong rating, like 1007 and something like that, 1006, 5. We cannot see so much from their rating as they are too young, but I'm always happy to follow games from these groups like 10, 8, because you can see they are playing good. But for example, I like to pay attention on their end games. I think nowadays situation is different. Even when you start to play very young, for example, I was I was working a lot on end games, but nowadays situation is different. So basically, a lot of upsets in the game can happen later. Yeah, that's all to mention. Maybe you have something to add about some specific player from this group?
No, actually, what I can see that we have Romanian player playing with the black pieces, being high rated. We can bring the board, but she's under heavy pressure. It's something happened a little bit strange. It was Caro-Can, and yeah, 97, which is something kids tend not to play. This 97, it's usually bishop goes to f5 or knight f6. These are the main choices of youth players. So after 97, knight g5, h6, there is this 96 famous way how to collect the bishop. And if you take, of course, there is this nice checkmate. But there is a way how to deal with it. You go queen b6 and you allow knight f8. And after mosquitoes, we have also cats in the studio. Hey, how are you? So knight f8, knight f3, bishop f5, And she's heading towards you. You're not afraid of cats?
No, not at all.
Okay.
From animals, I'm not afraid.
Yeah, it's
I'm afraid
going.
from people sometimes, but not from animals.
Okay. Fine, so if people come, I will tell you. So let's castle, a4, a5. So it looks quite unpleasant. And then came this knight c5 idea, and white played knight a5. So in case you take, which actually was maybe a normal option, she went for knight e4, and now she's a pawn down. So this is actually something which happened. Board number 2, we have better position for white, almost winning. Here so why this position is dead lost? Let's calculate.
Some tactics will come.
Yeah, I expect this.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you take with the
Rook, for example.
you take with the rook. So now something like queen to g4 maybe.
Threatening knight h6, but I can just move the king.
Yeah, you can.
I have permission.
Yes.
Yeah. Which obviously it's not the best choice, but I'm just looking what's the concrete problem here that engine is showing. Okay, white is pawn up. That's also end position. He has better structure, actually she. So that's also the reason why.
Yeah, we have also again
Maybe.
camera moving. So let's just go back while we are thinking what will happen. Now it's a nice moment.
Maybe some of our followers could find the best move. If you saw it, you can write us at our chat. In meantime, we will try to find. I'm sure Aloysia will find before me.
You never know. Sometimes you are also very fast with
Yeah.
some tricks. So
Queen g4 obviously was very good move, yes?
yeah, not a bad one. So if I go c4, let's bring the board back. If I go c4, I'm dropping the advantage. I can go h4. I can go h3.
Yeah.
Now I'm threatening maybe some. Okay, knight d6 can be an option, and then knight f7 check. Now maybe it's a bit tough for black to find a move. If you go g6, I can take, you take, I give you maybe this check, you go out, I take, you take, and I give this rook d7, collect on c7. So it might be the case why here after rook e8 it's completely winning for white. Yeah. In the meantime, here black is just dominating and white is totally winning here. Lena is winning. Bianca is having a complicated position. Maria, okay, quite solid. And Amaya, that's a mess, and it's hard to find a way.
Knight e5, last move.
Okay, many options. For example, I don't know, if I go, I should probably move the queen, but then this one is hanging. Okay, I can move the queen somewhere, I don't know, like d1. Maybe d2 better, I'm not sure.
But can we just take
Okay, this is the best probably,
this?
or
No.
not.
I was
Because
hoping.
probably this... So,
Knight h6.
maybe it's to start with knight e7, no? Okay, I can maybe
Rook
do
e5.
this move. And
Knight
then I'm
e5.
keeping maybe some options.
Maybe queen. No. Queen g3, I thought. But
Knight g6.
knight g6.
Yeah,
yes.
but this can be an option, but knight goes to g6.
No.
So if I
It cannot.
take, you go this, I go queen g3, and you cannot go here. And if you go
Knight
bishop g5, I push f4, and I have maybe a nice compensation. And let's go to our last group under 8. Here I believe we have already some results. Only one game in progress. Where white, so we have first board a draw, second board white won, and third board the game is still in progress and it's quite level. Yeah, let's go full screen, let's see how players are doing because we touched all the groups.
Yeah, again we have our walking camera, and I'm very happy because we can see more groups, more players. I can see that some of them entered to the end game, and I don't know if we can consider that it's stage where we should expect more mid games or end games, but as I said, in those younger players groups they are playing quite fast, and some of them very fast can enter to the end games. From this camera, many players are still playing their games. We have, yeah, they're playing 2 hours and like 15 minutes. So I'm not so surprised, although sometimes I expect that some number of players finished their games.
Let's go back to our main group. Let's go to boys under 18. So let's see what do we have there. So let's see how this game has developed. Okay, a lot of things. This is top-notch theory. White seems to be better, but yeah, it's far away from something. Usually opposite colors bishops are happening there. Here, okay, very good compensation for white, since there are some holes in black's position. Here, pawn up, and okay, black has some pressure, but white is healthy pawn up at the moment. Although I would say that black should have some way to keep the things complicated. Here, white is better, but is this something? Because pawn up, pawn down, there is a huge compensation, of course, because we have those opposite colors bishops. Here, very complicated, not easy to say. This one we left around here is now King's Indian style. Okay, let's see this Botvinnik, so how the game went. Yeah, Queen f3, this is now super popular. Rook b6, Rook d6, very brave.
Wow.
But black seems to have everything under control, which is quite impressive. I like this position, how it developed. Diego again having problems in Alapin Sicilian, so for sure he needs to find something because players tend to outplay him. And yeah, this is known from Petrov. Even if you exchange your light square bishop and there is a pawn on light square, still there is a chance for white to create an attack if white has doubled the rooks and is first to conquer the e-file. Looks like a dead loss position. Once again, Diego is having a tough time, which is a bit strange. Let's see how Axel is doing. Okay, complicated. Here I cannot say anything else. So here what's going on? Okay, super complicated. Classical position. They're spending a lot of time, but they're away from anything tangible. White is pressing here, which is interesting. Again, higher rated player suffering, which is the case in this group, which means that rating doesn't play
big role.
Yeah, we have one draw in this group. So I know, still quite imbalanced. Let's go to another group. So we are following this game and this improvement of Boris Gelfan's game, and this is current position, but we can go to the first board. White is slightly better, but black is fine. So many games to follow, it's really hard to focus. We will choose maybe one, but also it's point maybe to touch as much as possible. How about this one?
Till the time trouble, yes?
Jerne Kozlovic, I will be a big fan of this player in future. He's carrying very interesting surname. People from Croatia and maybe Slovenia would know what I'm speaking about. And yeah, that's more or less it. Is there any game, particular game? Okay, let's see how Kagan is doing, because it seems that he's not succeeding in putting a pressure.
Okay, but position is playable.
Yeah, but opposite opposite cards, bishops. It's not something probably he wanted. Here, is there any game we were following? How about women?
Women's section?
We have a result on the first board. Ooh. Ouch. This is
wow, what happened?
But this is
here?
not. This is which category? This is not under.
It's not under 18. It's some
it's
younger.
Under 8.
Under
Sorry, yeah. But these are boys. Here we have now.
Under 18, we have an interesting position
this
at
position.
the first board with bishop on e6 and king on f8.
Very interesting.
How we entered to this position? We were following, but
So she allowed this bishop is d5 queen b3 maneuver, and now she needs to suffer. This looks really horrible. Kuchavidana
having almost winning position.
Okay.
She sacrificed up.
Yeah, she's exchange up, and it's still a bit complicated, but it looks like black is just winning. So, and let's see Kirtadze, because she was a bit struggling. No, is this group with Kirtadze? No, Kirtadze is under 16.
Yeah.
Okay, let's find this,
16.
because they are our main stars. Kesaria putting pressure, and Kirtadze.
Okay, she plays online on the 9th.
Yeah, she's still suffering.
She played a lot of tournaments, really, from the July till this point, and maybe she needs some rest. This tournament obviously didn't start good for her. I don't know how much that will affect. I know players who, when they start good tournament, they have more motivation and then they continue in this mood and spirit. But also some of them, when they lose first game, it's just they cannot recover. Especially, for example, it's a much lower rated player. They played against much lower rated player. Here, okay, this is fourth round and still it's playable position, not perfect with this pawn on e6, and so not great pawn structure, and also playing with the knight against bishop. I prefer white's position, probably threatening some queen b5 to attack the pawn on c4 and then to try to combine these c4, e6 threats or something like that.
So here the point is, if you take on f2, king takes, knight d3, king g1, c1, there is a checkmate, yeah. So you can start with knight d3, but then c4 is hanging, so you need to find a clever move. Queen f7 allows pawn push, so it's very important now how to move on, maybe to open.
Yeah, but then maybe I wanted to say then bishop from e4 will at some point make also some threats on this diagonal.
Maybe this is a move.
This looks good.
Yep.
It covers e6, a5, pressing on b2, and bravo, good move.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Queen e5.
Yeah, queen e5 is a good move, and this probably will be played because Anastasia is capable of finding this kind of move. I think that we'll have now a break, since time trouble is actually approaching, so now players will start to think a little bit more. So let's have a break and then we'll come back with time trouble. Just to remind you, we don't have this 40 moves rule, so we'll need to stay till the end, so this is our plan.
See you.
Yeah, we are back. But before checking what's going on in the games, we have some interview and we will start providing you some content. So let's show it.
Okay, no thanks to me, thanks to all team, thank you Lena, thank you Aloysia, Sandra, everybody who has take part in this organization. It was huge work, huge preparation, but now after all I am very proud with the tournament, especially with the number of participants. We have good weather, good hotel, good playing hall, everything is going well, and my second impression is that tournament is really make successful.
This is one of the biggest CCU event. Almost 1,200 kids here, 48 federation. I mean, this is huge thing, and we all know that this is not an easy job. It's easy to complain, but it's not easy to organize such a huge event to make possible for players to play in an amazing playing hall, to book accommodation for all of us. So, what do you think? What is the most challenging in this tournaments?
Okay, the most challenge was the playing hall, but however, as you know, we have organized already a lot of ECU tournaments on the high level. I'm also very proud how we have organized in 2023 European Team Championship. So we have experienced team, good condition, good infrastructure. So, but however, as you said, it's more than 2,000 people in total. So it was challenges, especially in the first days, but now everything is going well, and I think that we have take the road and everything will be fine.
Yeah, looks like when you speak of that, looks like it was a piece of cake for you, which is a nice for an organizer. But comparing these events, kids and adults, what do you find like easier to organize?
Okay, with the kids is always most challenged, but however, the kids are asking, but at the end they are most happy. There is a lot of smiles. They are happy here. They are enjoying life. They are enjoying chess. So for me, it's always better to organize tournament for children, and I'm very proud also that we have here from Montenegro almost 80 players. This is the maximum players ever has participated on one European youth event. So we have trainer here. So I think that also this event will increase the interest of chess in Montenegro, and that we will have more players in the future.
Yeah, Montenegro Chess Federation did a great job organizing this tournament. We do not say a lot because it is just the beginning and mid of the tournament, so we will probably have another interview in the end. So far it is going amazing, so thank you, Jovan, for doing this for chess, for making chess happy, and of course, I don't know if you remember, but I do remember when I played these tournaments in Herceg-Novi and in Budva and stuff like that, and it's really important to have seaside, to have paddle courts, tennis courts, football courts, and both of that, to have also amazing chess halls. So thank you for doing this for chess.
Thank you, Lena. Thank you to the all ECU team.
Thank you.
It was cool. People could see a little bit surroundings, and actually some sunglasses needed, I would say.
Yeah.
It was so cool today.
It was very nice weather here in Budva. I'm happy to see Lena doing these interviews today, and here we had opportunity now with our viewers to hear and to see this cool interview. And now, since we are getting into time troubles, maybe it's perfect time to go through some of positions, or as many games as we can. I'm not sure what we should actually follow.
Yeah, but I would love to go to the playing hall a bit, just to see, do we have some games finished or not?
Let's see, it doesn't look like we have. Okay, most of players are still playing, and this is the moment where I expect to see most of them over the chessboard. As I said, we are coming closer to time troubles, and probably some of them, not probably, for sure, are in time trouble. Not all of them, of course. You can have like 1 minute or 2 minutes, 3 minutes, but your opponent like 20 minutes. I think time management is very important in chess. I'm not good in this thing. I'm spending too much time, and my chess and results are suffering from this. This is not the only reason, but I'm connecting these two stories. So sometimes you can have great position, even though, for example, you have time on your clock, you can make mistake, you can just blunder. But especially in time trouble, if you have better position, it's so hard to convert it and to win the game without time or just with 30 seconds increment. And if you're not in great position and you have to try to hold the position for a draw, for example, again it's hard because you have to find appropriate plan, but you don't have time. As I said, now those players, some of them are in these time troubles, and we'll see how they will handle with them.
Yeah, exactly. Time trouble can be sometimes tough to deal with, but it's also quite a normal thing in chess. Everyone was at some point in time trouble, so yeah, normal life of chess players. Let's go to the boards. Let's check the situation. So after Queen e5, it's funny how we look like it's midnight in Montenegro, but okay. It's not midnight, it's afternoon, it's 4 p.m. Hopefully we will get lightnings tomorrow.
Almost 5.
Yeah.
So it makes small
Queen
difference.
e5 played by Kirtadze, so she's playing the best move, and now Mariam is thinking.
This is the move you suggested, yes?
Yes. Here, knight landed on d6, but Lucia seems to be doing great. And Kesaria, what's going on? It seems that she managed to outplay her opponent completely. Okay. Bishop f4.
To distract.
This is a passer, which is a little bit restricted, and came this intermezzo move, exploiting the pin, exploiting the back rank motif. So I believe that this intermezzo is just turning the tables, and now it's not turning the table, but like, let's say, like delivering a killer blow in the end. So this is the situation. Okay, so it seems that Migueladze is just delivering a killer blow. In this group we have slightly better position for white, but the game is still in progress. Here it's a complete mess. I don't know even what to say. Quite complicated. Croatian player Hajdinic seems to misplayed it, since now white is just winning. Yeah, two exchanges, two pieces for exchange, and that's more or less it. Let's go back to our main section. Let's go to check what's going on in Magold. Hang on, some 94. So if you take, rook takes f5.
But knight was on d. Why? Ah, because of e4.
Yeah, this is something.
I didn't see what happened before.
Yeah. Here we said that there's a tremendous compensation, and actually it seems that white will bring home the bacon. This is just complete domination. Yeah, this bishop is a monster compared to that one. And now the exchange has been lost. here in Nemets we set pawn, healthy pawn up, and it seems that this is the case still. We have one draw. Here, yeah, white is pressing. This is very interesting. So being a pawn down, but existence of this rook, heavy pieces, helps white a lot because there are threats. If we get rid of both rooks, this bishop would dominate.
But I need king to enter somehow, which is not easy.
First round winner is under heavy pressure. Here we said that it's crazy how black was playing this line, not being afraid. It's like superb play. Very impressive. And Diego, he's under heavy fire. So maybe we can stay here for a while since white is pressing. This is our first seed. If I'm not mistaken, Sandra, the only player with 25 plus rating.
Here at this group, yes.
In the whole tournament.
Or in the whole tournament. Okay, it's somehow.
I know that it's not in Budva highest rated player because I have 25 as well. But
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought on this tournament.
Yeah. Let's go full screen while we are waiting. You wanted to add something?
Yeah, I wanted to add about previous position. It's interesting if queen wasn't on 6th rank, there is this queen h7, rook h3 mate. I was so proud to say this, but we entered to the playing
let's
venue.
bring back the board so show. So for example, you wanted to say that if black plays queen e8, then there
If queen is not on 6th rank, of course, black will not play queen
Yeah,
e8, but this is nice checkmate.
Do you know the name of this mate?
No. I just know to make it over the board, but I don't know. What is the name?
Anastasia's mate.
I heard about it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So let's go back to the playing hall. So this is some kind of trick which exists.
Yeah.
So is he only player 25?
Wait a second. I will check. I want to double check, not to make any mistake. Yes, he is. So 25, 1, playing under 18 and a bit struggling on this tournament so far. We can see player just making a move. This is probably one of youngest section, like under 8, either under 10. And as we can see, some of players, they finish their games. I expected this. Usually those sections like under 8, under 10, most of players, they finish their games. But we can also see one player who is standing, not sitting, and looking on chessboard, trying to find, I guess, the best move in current position. And our camera is going to another road. Yeah, we can see, as I said, a lot of endgames, which we cannot see in groups under 18, 16, even 14, but 10, under 8, very early stage. They can enter to endgames because they are playing much faster.
Yeah, it's still, you see, still super complicated. I love the way how they're fighting. It's so cool, but still some games. You see, as you mentioned, yeah, they're sitting on their foot. The thing is, actually, Bodana has this concept of bringing this car booster, which is maybe quite an okay. We have a handshake, quite cool thing in this kind of events.
As you said, we have a handshake, and by view on the position, I saw some pawns on second rank from black. I guess black won the game.
I think this is our youngest, or under 10, maybe around 8.
8, either 10. And some of games are finished also at this section. 8, under 8 or 10. What do you think? Not big difference, but still.
Yeah, so cool. This is our youngest, I would say, group. Quite cool to see the atmosphere. I think that people will like it.
We saw one more handshake in girls section. There is arbiter there, and one more arbiter from Greece, sitting there, paying attention on her sector. Okay, 3 hours of playing chess. Still, there are a lot of games to follow. It's funny to see, I see there in the corner both of players standing and looking at the board. We got used for players to sit. Maybe one can stand, but not both of players. Maybe one decided when she saw the other of not sitting, just to do same thing, you know, to show that's not okay, or I can also do that. Now we are entering to different part of playing venue. Our followers can see such a big number of chess players. This is of course older group, women's section. I would say under 14, either 16. Still, we cannot see that from this view. And women, they really look very concentrate. Now they're sitting, trying to find best ideas, trying to double check, not to make any mistakes. And we saw these two are playing really fast. So one of theirs is obviously in time trouble. It's very tricky. When I was younger, I was thinking, for example, if my opponent is in time trouble, I should play as fast as I can because my opponent will make a mistake. But I think this is really tricky. Sometimes you should not hurry, you should spend your time, but not too much, to give your opponent your own time to think, just to make some how to explain, how to say, yeah, not to give your opponent too much time to think on your time. On the other hand, not to play too fast to make some mistake. So basically you have this time advantage, but also you have to be very careful. Men's section. Oh, a lot of players sitting. I don't see any game. Aha, okay. Now I see first game, which is finished from this row. And one more. But most of them are sitting. It's not like 1 hour, 30 minutes ago when we could see Vera Vujovic there playing her very important game, since she has 3 out of 3. I know, Aloysia, I heard yesterday, maybe you or Lena, someone mentioned that you or her realized that she's entering to time troubles. There is something really interesting when she, not when she started to play, but when we could see that she is very talented, she started to play very strong on her tournaments. She had kind of problem that she was playing too fast, like very solid but very fast. And then I guess some of her trainers, coaches, whoever, gave her advice to spend more time before she makes a move. But then she was starting, I would say, to think much more. And nowadays I could see also in our first league, but also in previous world youth championship, that she is spending quite time and she is entering to time troubles.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. We will have also one more interview coming very soon, and then we will take care of the time trouble, because still it's not severe. Still in some games we have some more minutes left.
Hello again, welcome back to studio. Here with me, head of delegation of Luxembourg. Can you please represent yourself and tell a bit more about your federation?
Yes, hello, my name is Serge Brittner. I'm from Luxembourg delegation. So we are here with quite a large delegation this time. 15 players we have. This is a lot for Luxembourg, yes.
And how many coaches did you bring?
We have 3 coaches here in Budva. Yes.
This is nice, and you need a lot of coaches there because the round starts too early, maybe too early for preparation. So what do you think about that? How is your plan during the day? Preparation in the morning?
Yes, the coaches are preparing in the morning, of course. And then lunch, and then we come here. So there's not a lot of time between lunch and the start of the games, but it's okay now, I think.
So you kind of get used on it. And how about the nice weather here? How about Budva organization? How do you like it so far?
We love the weather, because at home we have less than 10 degrees, and so here we have 20 degrees. We are very, very fine with the weather here.
Where we all prepare for winter here. So we are all prepared for the playing hall to be cold, and all of a sudden we are all like in a warm playing hall. But I hope that kids can survive this kind of situation. But anyway, question, expectation from this tournament, from your players, from maybe some of them are favorite. What do you think? What do you think?
Yes, we have many small children here, so the first big international tournament, so the expectations are not very high. We're just trying to give them the chance to compete, so with the kids of other federations, and they should learn here. They are learning. We're not playing for medals. They are learning here. They're improving their game here. And,
so what do you think? What does this tournament means to kids?
I think for those who play for the first time such an event, it's very exciting for them. They are emotionally, you see, they're really excited with the games, with the preparation, with all the situation. It's very nice, I think, for them. Yes.
I think the same, because I played a lot of these tournaments when I was young, so I felt very nervous to play this one. So how does Federation help this tournament?
Yes, of course. As I said, we have 3 coaches here. They're preparing them. They're also trying to calm them, and we also have fun in the delegation. In the evening, we meet, we play a bit with the ball, and so we try to keep them calm, but it's difficult, of course.
So try to balance, like the Luxembourg team. Try to have fun. Try to go to swim maybe some days, but still stay at chess and prepare well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, so warm.
Yeah, I like the way how Elena was actually doing, like, behind the scenes when she was taking
We
the
could
cable
catch
of
this
my
moment,
microphone. Yeah, it's cool. We will have plenty of people, and this is something we will keep giving you. In the meantime, let's go to this board. Sandra was expecting this Anastasia's mate, but it didn't happen. so this is a current position. It looks horrible, but maybe it's possible to survive. Looks that something is screaming to be played, but White needs to find a way how to make a breakthrough.
But also time. White has 3 minutes and Black is on 21 minutes, so I guess this is good hope for Black that he will survive this game.
Yeah, in this group, just to mention that we have drawn the first board, that Edwin won his game, Nemets is about to win, he's converting, here White is putting even more serious pressure. Gustavo is fighting, complicated position of the queens, a little bit clumsy as a blocker. Here, this Black is playing, Robert is playing a fabulous game, maybe it's a moment that, so we were following basically those two games, they're playing next to each other, you don't know which one is more interesting. Okay, here, both sides who are like sort of close to winning, they are long time and they need to find a way how to make a breakthrough. So is some sacrifice working immediately?
I'm also looking at Rook E2.
King E2 probably not necessary, because King will hide somehow.
And first rank is safe because of Queen and Rook, yeah.
Exactly, so
What else? Okay, Rook on D7 is also pinned. King F1, last move of White.
okay, there are several options. Rook F4 is one option. There is also
Can I play like King
can-
F8? Yeah.
Yes,
You are
that-
reading my mind.
Yes, yeah.
Just to, it's like solid move, but sometimes you give a move to your opponent, but still, okay, at this position I think White needs few moves to take a little control of his position, as right now there is no coordination between pieces. Rook on H1, King on F1, so he has to solve problems, which probably will not happen if Black plays precise.
Okay, it's a good moment to stay a bit. What will happen? King F8, which was Sandra's thought, maybe. Or something else. Quite curious to see, maybe King E7 as well. Same thing.
Yes.
Black is burning some time. We're waiting for the move.
C3 doesn't do anything because we have this Queen A8 check, then Queen A3, then to take Queen C3. Also Bishop B5, so this pawn should stay on C4. Black would not get anything.
So C3 you said?
No, but I don't like this
Why?
because of Queen A8.
Okay, Rook D8.
I cannot move back. Now pawn is on C3. Okay, let's go back. I thought Black has to move the king, then Queen A3, then Queen C3, and I said probably nothing, but...
You can go Bishop B5. I move my king.
Yeah, Rook is also protected on
You
D8.
give Queen E3 check. I move my king further.
Or
Maybe
on
G8.
G8,
Yes. You take on C3. And now I start to play. And probably this is very bad for White.
Yeah.
But he played Knight D3, which is also a normal option.
Maybe even better. Threatening checkmate, and if he takes again, pawn will be moved from C4, but it's passer and...
You're right, because if takes, and then this rook should be on E1, D1 being able to hold. In this scenario, this won't happen. So Knight D3 probably a good move. Now White will start burning some time. And in the meantime, on the board next to Diego still. Okay, so Rook F6 is coming. So now it's Black's turn to think. how to stop it.
But
Let's
when
say
I-
that you play something, there is rook f6, nice checkmate.
knight f7.
That's very nice checkmate because it's not possible to untangle. Yeah. This looks very nasty.
Yeah, I don't see a way how black can prevent. Queen is not anymore on second rank to hold second rank, and in this case this knight on f6. So rook cannot be moved from f8 because of knight f7. What are options for black? Maybe h6 I want this to say, but it looks so bad. But probably it's the only move just to continue to play that position. Pawn is protected by queen, but yeah, this intermediate move can come, but just to take some time, yes, because it's obviously queen c1, rook e1, queen d2. And then white will, or queen g, queen c1, queen d2. So it would be perfect if I have move like g3, so I can play rook e1 to e3, and then to have again this threat rook f6.
Thinking one idea. So if I go g4, you go queen g5, I take, and I play this. Quite curious what will black do.
Yeah, g6.
G6
it doesn't
drops a
because
piece,
drops
and
a piece.
if you do this,
And then it's
if you
checkmate.
this like b5, there is nice checkmate I spotted, and if you go knight e7 immediately, there is rook a7, rook f7, and another nice checkmate. So I'm quite curious what will black do after g4.
After g4.
This is usually my move, my favorite one.
But g4 is same idea, yes, to make spot for the king with idea rook e1 to e3, or there is something more concrete with g4?
Yeah, to open the king. So I can go rook e3.
Yeah, I like g4 move.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think black cannot save this. He cannot move rook from f8, then rook on g8 has to stay, then king is at the corner, knight cannot be moved. The only piece which is flexible but not flexible is queen on d2, which has to control h6 because of rook f6, queen h6 now when pawn is on h6. Black 17 minutes and white 2 minutes. Yeah, do you think g4 will come from white? Do you expect it?
Question. He needs to be. The problem is if you go g4 after queen g5, you might start thinking that here you're winning, but it's very important that this rook stays. And now here you might. I was thinking this, but then g6, and I didn't find a way how to win. Maybe I'm missing something. So why this is dead lost? Okay,
knight d7. Yeah, knight d7.
Yeah, it's super exciting move, obviously. So you say knight d7, and yeah, then it's knight f6. So maybe yeah, also this works. Yeah, we will see what will happen. So white took on f6, which is another way to go. A little bit unexpected, because now at least those two rooks has something to do on those two files.
okay, he feels probably good at this position and he knows that white is better. On the other hand, he is playing on 2 minutes. So at one point he will come just to the point where he plays on increment, 30 seconds. And then sometimes you are looking but you don't see anything and you can blunder. I would, for example, I would continue probably not with g4, but I was thinking g3. Maybe even not. I was also doing these kind of things over the board, which sometimes are unnecessarily to sacrifice and during time travel. But still, I mean, white has winning position. Is his idea after king h8? Oh, okay, not king h8.
Why?
Well, at least I can. I wanted to say at least I can take knight f7 whenever I want and to take back, and I have these mate threats. Not necessarily, but better king g7 it doesn't. I would not probably immediately take on... No, I don't want to play this. I would think before knight f7.
Aha, you just said sorry.
But I blundered king g7, of course, in previous calculation.
I thought that you wanted to go this rook e7. I was sure that you spotted this queen d1, perpetual.
This I would spot it, but I forgot that knight f7 he doesn't have to take rook f7.
So, interesting position. By the way, white has a pawn and he's exchanged down, but he has a pawn, which is something. So it's also in terms of material situation, it's not so bad. It's not that like white has sacrificed whole army. Knight d7. Okay.
So basically, white needs rook, but whenever he moves the rook, it will be... There are those threats, at least with the check and moving rook back. If I want to make this maneuver rook e3 with threats, but if I push pawn to g3, either g4, now it doesn't work like it worked in previous variations which you were suggesting.
Okay, now I think that he's returning back the material. Yeah, so probably some queen g5 will be played to drop the material and to play pawn down. So queen g5 takes, and we play this kind of position. Maybe king f8 a bit better.
I think rook, because of rook e5, then
yeah,
I have
okay.
rook c8, or
Okay, I agree.
at least to try something. Okay.
No fun for white, for black, but it might happen.
Maybe in meantime to check previous game, maybe it's finished. What happened after knight d3?
Okay, the game is still in progress. A lot of things have happened. King went up, king ran away, and d-pawn became a serious asset, and it seems that black will deliver a checkmate. Queen e4, targeting the rook, and now d2 is coming. It reminds me of a Grand Chess Tour last round game where Praggnanandhaa won versus So Wesley. It was classical game and then won the tiebreak later. That was really interesting game. Maybe some of you will recall it. 2 rooks and a passer, queen on the board, and white having some tough time with the king. Similar, almost the same position. Yeah. I was there. I was watching from the first row, so that's how I remembering it was in Bucharest Grand Chess Tour this year, May.
So basically, its game is almost over, yes?
Yeah.
After d2, rook e1 and d1. Also these checks.
Okay, still it's not d2, rook d1. It's not over.
Okay, but I can play first. Just to
Give
see.
a checkmate in 2. Would you like to give it? He didn't see. Usually giving checkmate is 2 is not a bad option.
I just wanted to mention this.
Okay, so he missed mate in 2, which is not a good sign. Because you know that I'm reading, as you said. I didn't know this, but this is new info for me. But it seems that I'm
But I
reading your
saw
mind.
something. Can I say something,
Yes, of
please?
course, you can
D2,
always- yes.
D2, rook D1, rook D3. Now I will use your idea, and then rook F2, queen F3, checkmate.
Okay, same idea, I agree.
But okay, I got the idea from you, so now I can, of course, find some checkmate ideas.
Famous miss by Teodora Ignatz, first round European Women Individual Championship. This year, blundering mate in 2 and then winning 9 games in a row. Against whom it was? It was versus Kirtadze, which is fun fact. So D2 just came up. I'm sure that he now realized that he missed mate in 2 by force, which is a little bit funny. That kind of player playing a superb game and then missing mate in 2. Now rook d3 will happen, as you mentioned.
And actually, it's good that white forced black's king with few checks, because black's king is so safe on g6. There are no rook, queen a8, queen c8 checks or something like that. So white will resign soon. Maybe 2 more moves or just 1 more move, or immediately.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's quite obvious that was a checkmate. So we have resignation, and let's check our next board, how Matthias is doing something in a process. He took on c3. Okay, at least to collect some material. Okay, white is still burning some time. I wouldn't bet that this game will finish with a win for white.
Me neither, but from the moment when he sacrificed rook for a piece, and I was mentioning, I mean, obviously
Yeah, you
white is
mentioned that
better.
sacrifice already before, yeah.
No, I was mentioning at that point that white is better, probably it's winning, but I don't consider, from my perspective and all the games which I had winning and I lost or made the draw, that's smart decision to do on 1 minute. Unless it's checkmate or really you see that you will enter to some winning position. So some calm move like g3, either g4, similar ideas, but even g3 I think it would be good. Of course, from here it's easy to say these things, but I said I also did these sacrifices few times when I was low on time, and sometimes I regret it, sometimes not.
Yeah, it's interesting. I agree fully with you and this concept that this exchange sacrifice is very interesting thing. But yeah, it's sometimes still you need to work hard. So here, black is an exchange up, but still white is pressing.
Yeah.
Let's go full screen. Let's see whom do we have there. We have some arbiters walking around.
would be good to see some chessboards, not just.
I fully agree with that. So let's bring the board back. I was trying to see if we can find them somewhere to give our viewers also this experience. It somehow focuses on carpet a bit more than on faces. But this also
Okay, now we have nice view.
20 seconds. So, will Diego manage to survive? Not really. So now the exchange sacrifice is gone. They are equally material, but there are a few checks coming.
That's a good point, to give few checks, to gain some time. Always smart in time troubles, just to be careful not to repeat.
Yeah, 30 seconds helps. 30 seconds is still something. When you have 30 seconds added, usually it helps a bit. Here we can see some.
Engine dropping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Queen D5 was a mistake, and now Black can hold, which is a surprising situation. Complete draw. Why? Ah, I see. I see immediately.
Rookie.
No. This is something. Now Rook E8. I was thinking maybe immediately Rook E8. Hang
Me
on.
too. And you.
But this doesn't, because yeah.
And
somehow-
first Queen D3,
Yeah,
and
and
then
then-
it's more precise. Actually, it works better. The only way it works.
But then you go
Rook
inside.
E4. No. No need maybe for this move.
Okay, Rook E8 is something normal. Rook F1, F. So King G1 played.
Queen D3 happened.
Yeah, Rook E8, forcing Rook to move to F1 because he's only pawn down. Maybe just something like
Queen
Queen
D2.
D2, yeah.
Good
After
idea
Rook
to
Queen.
trade rooks and to enter to Queen Endgame. Good thing there are no checks. After Rook E8, E5 is covered, G5 is covered. So Rook F1, the best, almost, yeah, the best movement. I wanted to say the only, it's not the only, but with Rook C1, either it can be some move to distract this rook, so.
I agree.
And what now?
Okay, as you mentioned, Rook E4, Queen D2, all moves are probably good now. So you can suggest even a few more if you want, but it's very good for Black now. I think the verse is over, something we haven't expected here. In the meantime, we got very interesting position that suddenly Black gained some activity with pawns.
This is a position where King was on E2 and we
Seems
said
that White is. No, we said that this is some kind. Yeah, this is some compensation, but White was not patient enough and went for this. Okay.
this looks powerful for White.
Yes, but what?
King G5, okay.
Back.
King H.
No, but probably this is winning, or maybe why not E5? Okay, E5 is not.
Yeah, but King G5, Bishop
Okay.
H2.
Yes.
Then I can enter. No.
King
yeah.
F6. Totally
Yes.
winning.
Yes. That was the plan, yes?
Yes.
He started and then suddenly
Yes,
maybe
he
he's
changed.
in time trouble, huge time trouble, and you're always somehow afraid if there are two passers. But by view, it looked like White should just improve King to F6 and. But I understand from player perspective. Moving back King to H4.
e4 just played on the last second. Could you believe? 31 seconds on the clock. g3 have been played. We have some special sounds. Okay. Cats or
Cats.
people?
Cats.
10 seconds. And do we have a move? Rook
What?
this.
No, okay,
No, rook
that's
f7. There
mistake.
was a glitch, and now
But even rook f7, rook d5 is a threat, and g2 is a threat.
okay. So rook f5 first.
Rook f5. Bishop where? That's question.
Yeah, b8
b8.
or d6, maybe d6.
Yeah, also d6. e5.
But then you push
Probably.
e5.
Yeah, but I don't. Then I move the bishop, and then bishop on d5 is under threat, but also g2. I don't know. Maybe it's better to move to b8.
Yep, I agree.
Time. Black has 5 minutes. And yeah, white is playing on seconds.
Yep,
That's
very
why.
interesting position. Bishop,
Bishop
d6,
d6.
played in the end. The move we okay. I cannot say condemn is the word is too strong. But yeah, bishop d6 is also quite a logical one. After e5, bishop goes to e7 check, then rook d5 threat, so e5 would be a huge blunder because I'm abandoning the defense of the g pawn, but the rook d5 is coming.
Maybe king h3.
King h3, simple, safe and sound.
Actually, g2 is not a threat. Since I can play, no, it is, as long as my king is on h4, because I don't have rook g5, bishop e7.
Bishop c6 check, and this is wrong.
What's so big problem? Okay, he activates opponent's king, but okay, now rook is rook has some options through 8 rank, yes? f8, g8, black's rook, while king was on e8. Black's rook doesn't have
I
rook
think the
f8.
main point is after e5 here that king e6 is the idea. This is the case.
Yeah, but if it wasn't good even before bishop c6, so
No, but there I could play bishop e7. Now I couldn't. So I was thinking maybe that was provoking e5, stopping bishop e7. But now after e5 there's king
okay,
e6.
okay, now I understand. Okay. He sacked one more pawn, yes, c5. From like 10 moves ago, where white was pressing and white was it looked like white is the only player who can win the game. At least he can do what he can do. It's a draw. We came to this position where obviously now black will try to convert this advantage.
Yeah, he spotted now that
e5.
hang on. How do you stop? You want to go rook g7. Okay.
But now I can... Nothing. I wanted to say rook f8, I can trade, but I cannot.
So what should I play? Not so simple. But why did you say that rook f8?
No, it's
is
good
bad?
because I will have two passers like c5 and g3, so it's
This
enough
is the
to
best
win.
move.
But maybe white doesn't have to take on f8. But it's good rook f8.
Rook f8 is the best move.
Yeah, I also realized.
So rook f8 is about to be played because I don't see anything else.
Okay, rook f8. It's completely losing if white takes, so probably. But even if he keeps rooks on the board, like.
Okay, keeping the rooks is not an option probably because... Okay, if you go here, I go down. Oh no,
Now e5.
e5 is
probably.
coming, so I need to stop e5. Okay, maybe bishop f4 is good enough. So rook g5 played, I expect bishop f4 to happen.
And then he has to keep the rook on g file because of the pawn on g3.
Bishop goes to f4, huh?
I
believe
guess.
this will happen, yeah. How is the situation in other groups? I believe that many games have finished. We have few.
Let's go to. Okay, should we? Yeah,
No,
many
I'm just
games
asking.
finished, but still there are games to follow. In, for example, open under 18 group, I will check. Let's say under 16. Yeah, there are some interesting games to follow. I will also check if something changed, like something we didn't expect.
So black is still thinking, which means that he's not 100% sure. But it's really strange that 24 player didn't go for this king march. So I'm quite curious, what was he worried about? Why not king f6? If you go g3, it's like immediately game over. So you need to give check, and I go bishop e6. Aha, maybe here he was afraid of something like this. That's for sure. Ah, okay, now I got it. So if you go here, right, king f6,
Oh,
means this is losing
yeah, okay.
or not. Ah, g2, I spotted, okay. So you need to do something, that's why, no, I got it now. Now I'm not so surprised. So probably rook f7 only move, and here you win. And if you go here, you need to see that this
King
one is
f6.
clean. Okay, so it's possible to blunder this.
Exactly. I didn't see this variation.
Here after rook g, king d8. Really? Very strange. So this game, who knows what will happen in this game? Black's turn. Now I would say that there is a big chance for a draw, something like 50-50, because only being pawn up.
Why he played king d8? What was the reason? Okay, I mean king d8 threatening bishop e7, but he will
thought
take
that
on
here
h5.
somehow there is something, maybe check, and then thinking that here he might get something, but it's going nowhere.
He is also entering to time travel, playing now 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, we have
King
tough,
H5.
serious game. Two minutes.
Now e5 also is threat to push pawn on e5. Okay, rook e8 to prevent e5, I guess.
Okay, viable move. King g4, I believe we played. King g4, c4 is the idea. So this is his concept.
Aha, nice. What else white can play? Okay, with this idea c4, then I guess it's tough for white to king g4. And now let's see if c4 will be played by black. c4 immediately. Maybe they can hear you.
Okay,
All your
please someone.
suggestions
Yeah.
came over the board. Nice. This idea with c4. So rook e8 was very strong move. Kind of prophylactic, but also with this idea c4 prevents, and e5.
Takes rook e5, I believe.
Yeah, because bishop c4 will not work because of g2.
And next is c3, and this position black
It's
wins.
winning.
Play on the last second, so Gleb got few chances, but didn't manage to use them. And rook e5, I believe that there is no chance that that move won't be played. I would be like seriously surprised
No,
that
he will
anything
play.
besides rook e5 will be played. Yeah, people tend to know that you need to have two lines between two passers in the opposite colors bishop's endgame.
And he played rook f8 few moves ago, offering trades, obviously. I mean, he pushed.
c3,
C3?
maybe this is another super move. Yeah, kudos for that. If you take on d6, c2 is coming, so this is probably also an important nuance.
Nice. c3, very nice move.
Bishop b3 once again played on the last second.
And again, rook e5, of course. It wins, unless.
Unless
Unless black doesn't want to enter to that position and he wants to keep, which is not reasonable, so I guess he will take rook e5.
yeah, let's see. I was telling this
Yeah,
one
rook
move ago
e5.
and it didn't happen, but now it happened. If he takes, then it's obvious that he will lose this one long term, but he doesn't have any other option, I believe. Rook g6 maybe. Yeah, rook g6 just played. And probably just king c7. Let's see where he will come with his bishop.
Yeah, king c7. King f3.
Rook b5, I believe. that this move will come.
Rook b5 on the board.
King. It's not important. King d8. King d8, bishop a4. This annoys him. That's why he went king b6.
And he's following this rule, going with the king on opposite color than white's bishop.
Exactly. Bishop a4. Now if king could be on d8, there would be like rook d7. Now probably rook a5.
Maybe rook f5, rook f2.
Also possible and sound.
But also rook a5. Yeah.
Still thinking, Philip, where to go?
So many options. Pawn on g3 is protected. And rook b2.
Yeah. Also threatening c2.
Active move and threatening c2.
Rook g6 will be played once again.
Now king c5. Yes or no?
Yes, king c5. King will go to c5.
d4 maybe, if he continues with checks. Or
Yeah, king d4 is fine. King e5. King f6. King c5. Also king c4 is
c4.
fine.
There are no any tricks. The only thing black has to be careful is not to lose a bishop like with some crazy blunder, which will not happen with check and threatening. So rook g8. Idea is, of course, after c2, rook c8 or either bishop c2. But
Rook f2 check.
yeah, rook f2, king e.
King e3.
3.
Bishop f4 check.
And g2, bishop h2, g1.
King d4. Interesting. A bit surprising.
Yeah, maybe he wants to play rook b6 after rook d8 and then to continue march with the king, king d3, c2, king d2, king d2, and to promote a
I think
queen.
the idea is after rook d8, rook f2.
Yeah, okay, even better. It wins immediately.
So, rook where? d8. Yeah, rook f2 happened. And after king g4, g2 wins on spot. Immediate resignation after g2. Yeah. So let's check. Will this happen? would say yes.
Very nice play by Black from some moment.
Yeah.
From King going back to I don't know what was G5 or G4. G4 I guess, not entering to F6. G2.
And Rook F1. Final nail in White's coffin. This is typical motif, Rook F1. And there is no way to stop promotion. Kudos to Philip, but also Gleb was a bit unlucky. It was not easy to calculate everything. It's like a normal game on this level that sometimes is tricky and you're pushing and you're a bit unlucky. So in this competition we have drawn then few decisive games. This one is still in progress. And it looks that it will be a draw. I don't see a way. Okay, maybe still not. If I go King F3, takes, and maybe F5. Oh, sorry, F5 doesn't work. Why? Because of probably this. No, I'm just making now bad moves. Hang on.
Maybe Rook E8.
Yeah, that's maybe a good move.
And take and
King will
enter
penetrate,
and-
yeah. I agree, good move. So, how to wait? Maybe this way, just exchange, and then wait,
King F6
and then just play those two moves forever.
with the bishop.
Yeah, there is no way to make a progress. So regarding games, we have that one. Diego, slightly worse, but he's fighting. Axel, it seems that he managed to outplay his opponent. Same goes for Valiev and Roy. Okay, unclear. Going to another section, we have this game where White is
Winning.
totally winning. Same goes for this position and this one. So we'll have 3 decisive games finishing very soon. Here,
14, just one game.
yeah, and it seems that Black will convert. Here we have, this will be a very long one. And here, same goes for this. This is under 12, under 10. This one is still in progress, probably a draw. And this one is a draw, not many games. And this is over. So we have results under 8. That's it. So under 8 we have only, okay, we have 4 players with maximum score. Then we can check the next group. It's ladies under 18. Okay, still we'll go on. Still complicated. We can stay here for a moment. But now there was a blunder. This looks so hard to deal with.
If I take
Okay.
on F7, Black has to take with a queen, yes? Am I?
Check. So White needs to take maybe or play.
I need some light.
King somewhere is maybe it's the. What can be a move here? Moving the king doesn't feel right. So Rook F5? No. Hang on. So maybe King G3. Come on. Why engine is locked?
Maybe just to take and Rook F. Rook F.
No. There is only one move which holds the
Okay, let's
advantage.
focus.
Queen F5. Crazy move. Yes, this is the only move. But she went for Queen E6. And now it's a draw. Although I don't see why this is a draw, looks really super complicated. Rook f4, rook b7. That's why this is a draw.
Yeah,
probably,
that would...
but not. Hang on, once again. Rook c4. This is the only way, and now I don't know. There is this stuff. And it will be some queen's endgame, and the engine immediately says it's a draw. Very interesting.
Sorian had kind of winning position, yes, if she played queen f5.
Rook c4, spotted at the last moment, and it will steer to a draw in a crazy way. Black should push a3.
A3, yes?
Yeah, I believe so.
Playing on seconds almost, now just on increment. Okay, there are not a lot of options for black here. So one pawn has to be pushed, and obviously a3 is.
Yeah, so she's thinking.
Is it a difference?
Maybe. I don't. Okay, she's thinking, can she push B? Okay, this is also reasonable. She's thinking which one to push.
B3.
Well, probably both are fine. And we got the move. And now, what else than check, check?
Yeah. Rook c8, rook c7, and white will first promote queen, but engine is showing it's equal, so probably
Okay, let's.
that will not bring a lot. Rook c8, rook c7, b2.
Okay, this is a mistake because of queen b3 I spotted. So I need to give check first, and yeah, and it will be a draw. Which sometimes happens when there is a lot of forcing moves. Promotes. Queen d7 I expect to be played. So queen to d7, and we will see. Game finishing. Our playing hall looks more and more emptier. Not many games in progress.
But today we had very interesting games. I would say especially in men's section. So it was a good day to follow games together.
Yeah, players are coming back from the boards. It's like 1,000 people. Suddenly they're coming closer to our studio. You can hear some noise. It's becoming more and more vivid. Queen d7, yes, and we will have some perpetual king g6. Check, check, and that's it. A perpetual. Noga will have 2.5 out of 4, which is not great, but still she will be in contest for the first place. Of
But
course,
her
here
opponent
it's
will,
important not to end up in a
Yeah.
checkmate, so she will go back to g7.
Her opponent has just one draw so far, so this will be second. She'll Muradian will have 3 points out of 4 after this game, if this game will be a draw. She is on 2.5, and Noga, she lost 1 game, so she had 2 points out of 3.
Okay, so this game is about to finish. This one will move for a while. This one white is winning. In this section we have all the games finished. In this section it's the same. Okay, here, okay, black is winning, and this one is probably stuck. And this takes us to the last section where is no active games, so we can, yeah, we will see checkmate here. Last game here in progress. We'll see a draw if knight comes to f6. Yeah, slowly we are concluding our broadcast, so let's refresh this one. Okay, hang on. So he played this f6, which was a big mistake, because king should stay on f6. So he was following my footsteps, so I first suggested f6, but then I figured it out. Now it will be lost very easily. Very easily. King will just come somewhere, and rook g7, king f7, rook g6, rook f6. So
But
this
also I
is,
can take at some point to bring king on e6 and to take on d6, no?
yeah, f5. And this will you move and then take, move and push.
And I have...
Yeah. So here, okay. Okay, I can win even by taking on d5. Same move here. So, king marching, winning. Here we are over. Black won. So many pawns. Here. Okay, this game. Okay, is this the perpetual? Ah, it's black's move. Here they're moving back and forth, but now it's a dead draw. Black just takes on g4. But I need to come back on g7. Mating with 2 bishops.
Easier
Regarding, yeah,
than with
that,
bishop and knight, for
yeah,
sure.
regarding this concept, the point is to lock the opponent's king. So, for example, I don't know, like, and yeah, now this king cannot go anywhere because I locked it. And then, for example, at some stage, now this king is locked, and now at some stage is the point to unlock, start pushing a bit. I don't know. Yeah, and then take even some more space, and at some stage I will find a way how to deliver a checkmate. Now I will move. Okay, I could have,
Okay, and now bishop.
yeah,
I thought bishop a6, and then bishop c4, and then bishop c3,
Okay.
but it's same.
I wanted to
I don't realize.
okay, fine,
Yeah.
but thanks for help.
No, I just gave my suggestion, what I saw. I know you don't need my help in terms of chess,
suggestions, yeah, I like suggestions.
but you know I like to give suggestions,
Yeah, exactly.
and I feel free to do
Sure,
it.
always.
Thank you.
So this is the current position. Here we have a draw. And yeah, final moments of this game. Noga is about to make a draw. We are slowly getting closer to finishing our broadcast. So many interesting games, ups and downs. I believe that today no technical issues were present, and we offered you a few interviews. I believe that we will keep up with that. So, yeah, in the middle of the tournament, we are now full speed ahead. I don't see here any point of white trying, but she wants to do it. This one take some time. Here, rook g4, and it's important now that you can wait. You don't against g and edge. You can wait forever because there is no chance to create anything. You just wait. You don't even need to give checks. Will black take on g4, which is the simplest solution. Let's go full screen. Let's just briefly check what's going on, what's left in the playing hall.
Tomorrow will be 5th round, and after 5th round players will have a free day, yes? So on 3rd of November it will be free day, but tomorrow it will be also very important 5th round of this tournament.
Yes, exactly. In the meantime, let's bring the board back. So here, black resigned. White is still playing this one. She will push forever, and Noga is trying desperately to create something, but I don't see a point. This game, we expect rook g4 to be played. This one ended up in a draw. Here white is totally winning, same as in here. Let's see this one. Is there anything here to be worried about? Okay, I see the point. The point is check, and you go here rook e7, and if you promote, you're even losing the game. But you can here after rook e7. Oldie but goodie. Yep.
Nice.
So let's see. Will black find this? I believe that this will be the
Obviously it will be like that. Today whatever you showed, it happened over the board.
case. Probably.
So I guess
I was lucky. It's not always that situation. You've been doing many times broadcast with me, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yes.
you know that I'm making many mistakes. So it's probably I was lucky today. Sometimes whatever you suggest, it just goes your way.
yeah, that's true.
Yep.
Rook e7, and now f3, yes, as a key move.
Yep, I expect it. Let's wait for it. Will Axel do it?
Okay, he will for sure. Otherwise, yeah. f3.
Yeah. Actually, let me just briefly check. Yeah, it was winning all the time, so this was super precise. Yeah, very well calculated. This f3, it's so nice to execute. Since now, okay.
Okay, but now even king c5.
Yeah, king c5 is probably, not just even, it's probably the best.
I see this.
Okay, we can start with f2 as well. If you want, maybe to push.
No, I want king c5.
Okay, then I will play king c5.
I'm joking, but like I would be sure I will not blunder anything, like any tricks or something. But of course he will probably play f2. Ah,
Yeah.
this happened?
Yeah, he played king c5. Any move wins.
Is he going to take? Yeah.
Yes. Also king c6, and we have a final result here. And let's check this game. We'll take for a while. here, nice touch, deflection. This is over, and we have this group. Well, still black is thinking what to do. Okay, he will take, and here we have a draw. So last two moves to follow, 2 games to follow. Here there is nothing to follow because rook g4 will be played, and in this game it's not our top board, it's our 14th board. We'll stay for a moment, but maybe, yeah, we can read how many players are having maximum score in all the groups. If we can also check with the camera playing hall just to show you that it's empty.
Okay, from the group under 18 open.
Yeah, there is no player with
maximum
score.
score. Yes, I was confused. I expected, but open under 16 we have 3 players with 4 out of 4. Under 14 just 2 players, 4 out of 4. Under 12 3 players with maximum result 4 out of 4. Under 10 2 players with 4 out of 4. And under 8 open section, this was open section, 4 players with 4 out of 4. Let's see, girls under 18. Okay, most of games were finished, and we have just one solo leader, Dana Kuchavi. She won today, very nice game, and she is solo leader in the group girls under 18, 4 out of 4. Under 16 we have 3 players with 4 out of 4. 14, let's check here, just 2 girls 4 out of 4. Sorry, 16. Okay, 16, just also we have solo leader Lucia Stoll with 4 out of 4. Then we have 14, under 14, 3 solo leaders, actually 3 leaders. Under 12, 2 girls with 4 out of 4. Under 10, 2 girls with 4 out of 4. And under 8, just 1 girl, Arslan Bilge or Bilge, how you would pronounce this name?
Yeah, Arslan Bilge.
Yeah, okay. She's the only girl in her group under 8 with 4 out of 4.
Yeah, since this game most likely we finish in a draw, we will slowly conclude our broadcast. So that was very interesting day, and yeah, tomorrow we still have 5th round.
Yeah.
So see us tomorrow.
See you.